Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Social Work, Social Sciences, Medical Health, Allied Sciences and Technologies, Intergenerational Solidarity, Health, Well-being, Environment and Sustainable Development 2025, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 77 years of independence, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030, and Viksit Bharat at 2047, and also commemorating World Social Work Day, World Social Work Week, and World Social Work Month, March 2025. In collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, International Federation of Social Workers, and all the collaborators and international and national fraternity. We welcome you all once again to the 9th day of the International Conference. So before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty. And in the meanwhile, we request all the presenters waiting for their presentations to share their details in the chat box. The details required are shown on the screen. So as per in single message, you are requested to send your details. We'll be inviting you one by one as per the message received in the chat box.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. So we request all the presenters to share their presentation title, name, designation, department, organization, and the place from where you are joining from, you are affiliated to, and along with that, your mobile number and email ID, and also duration of your presentation in the chat box. As per the message order, we'll be inviting you. Before that, today we have a few international speakers who is going to present. So we'll quickly take their sessions, and then we'll take up sessions from India. So we have today with us Professor Matt, our dear friend, who is an advocate of emotional intelligence, global peace, and also social emotional learning. And he is almost over 4 decades, more than 4 decades, he has been advocating, teaching, training across the world to all ages of different disciplines. And he has been very kind enough to join us on this wonderful occasion and contributing almost, from past 4 to 5 days, having, different kinds of friends pitched into the social conference, contributing and addressing various aspects of emotional, mental health and positive mental health. We welcome you, Matt. Without taking much time, I hand over session to you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Again, thank you for having me. This is the last day of the conference. I'll be missing you guys. Kind of get to know each other. So this is an important subject. Again, we're talking about emotional intelligence, one of the biggest problems in the world today. So many people don't have a clue how to deal with their emotions, and that's a very bad thing. It's a dangerous thing. It's a sad thing. It's just wrong. And so we're trying to get emotional education into schools everywhere. People don't know, and they don't know that they don't know, and we got to teach them. And so from little kids can understand it, big kids can understand it, preschool to PhD, all the way up can understand about emotions if we teach them, if we have start the conversation. So that's what we're doing today. We have 3 or 4 speakers for you today. And so our first one is Shivanshi Mishra. Shivanshi was an intern, came to us about a year ago, a couple of years ago. And as an intern, as a college intern, she has since graduated and has gone on to do some pretty amazing things with her life. She's an incredibly smart, powerful lady, really aware emotionally, and is a really good way of making things very clear and concise for people to make real changes, to action oriented. We call it action oriented. So, Shivanshi, if you're ready to go ahead and share your screen and turn your camera on, all that good stuff. Thanks for joining in. There she
I
comes.
hope, Master, I'm visible.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just
Clear
sharing.
clear as can be. So rock our socks. We are just finishing up an internship, as I was mentioning, another one. This is our 8th one with some colleges in India also. And Shivanshi is one of the leaders and directors of putting together. She got most of the people into it. She's wonderful with the students, and everybody respects her knowledge and her wisdom and her fun and her big smile. And so we're looking forward to finding out some more information. So talk to us. Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, just tell me, is the screen visible to everyone?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Not yet, ma'am.
Is the
No.
screen visible
Yeah,
to
not yet.
everyone?
No.
Now?
Nope. Not yet.
Then, Master, I guess I request you to share the screen. It would be really helpful if you
Okay.
can do that.
Let me try.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 second.
Here we go. You tell me now. Can you see mine?
It's loading.
Okay.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Great, Master. We can see the screen. Really, thank you.
Great. Okay, take it away.
Yeah. So, hello, beautiful audience. I am Shivanshi Mishra. First of all, namaste from my side. I'm from Bharat, India. So, today we are going to talk about how emotional intelligence is an armor. Emotion is nothing new to us, right? We are human, we are born with emotion. That what makes us different from the AI technology or AI world we are living in right now. As when we were born, we were having this little we all when born we were crying, I hope, right? Everyone was crying, none of us were laughing and screaming. We all were crying. And even that cry, people say that we should not cry is a negative emotion, but I guess for each and every parents, the first cry of their baby is the most beautiful positive emotion of this world, right? So, beginning with my whole thing that I'm going to today talk about is how emotional armor, building resilience through emotional intelligence for universal well-being. I once again say universal well-being. Me being from India, we always say Vasudev Kutumbakam, that whole world is our home. So, Matsa, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so beginning with the this, I just request you to come up with me with a journey of inner void. This journey would not need any type of aeroplane ticket. It's just free of cost, a self-reflection journey. So I encourage you to take a little bit moment and just think that how are you feeling right now? And you can, maybe type it down, maybe write it somewhere. Just think about it for a second, that how are you feeling right now? If I talk about myself, I was little bit nervous because I was having little bit technical issue just right now, the sharing of screen. But now I am pretty much happy that the maths sir, as usual, he's the savior. He saved me from this technical glitch. So now I'm happy and excited. So sir, can we begin to the next slide? Yeah. So this is an emotion chart, okay? As you can see, a wheel of emotions. All of this emotion we feel in our daily life. Now you have to tell me, can you identify any 3 to 5 emotion that you are experiencing right now? Like at this moment you are experiencing. And just write it down, maybe in a notebook or wherever you want to write it down. If I talk about myself, I'm feeling excited, enthusiastic, because we are talking about emotion, guys. So I'm very happy because I am meeting with such incredible audience all over the world. So really happy for that, and a little bit nervous. So can we move forward to the next slide? Okay. What's one thing you can do to acknowledge or manage these feelings today? So, whatever you feel today or you are feeling right now, so what is the one thing that you are doing right now to acknowledge these feelings? Really, thank you everyone for traveling with me for in this self-reflection journey. Moving forward with our topic. So, can you just switch to the next slide, please? So, yeah, emotions, a beautiful term. You know what? Actually, there is a difference between a feeling and an emotion. So, what does emotion encompass? Emotion encompass feeling plus behavior. So, what you are feeling and then what you are acting. These both terms, your psychological thing, your cognitive part, and your physiological part, all these three encompasses our emotion. Suppose if I'm feeling happy, I'll smile, I'll just nod my head. So this is an emotion. Now, the plight of our education system is that we teach people about intelligence, but we do not make them emotionally intelligent. Everyone is running for IQ. None of the person is running for EQ. Let me tell you, even the smartest person with the highest IQ is not necessary that he would be happy. He can manage his emotion properly, or she could manage his emotions properly. There are a lot of people who have achieved so much, but when you went through their history or maybe their life, you see that the reason that they were not able to manage their emotions properly would result it as a downfall for them, or maybe an isolation from whole people, and maybe depression and all sort of cases. So now, we see around the world, we see wars happening, we see all sort of inhuman activities happening around us. And like if I say, just right now, if someone just come to you and even a little bit shoulder just get touched off yours with that person, the first reaction would be, oh, how dare you to touch me, without any thinking. Like we just get into that anger zone, fight zone. Yeah, let's fight it. Let's resolve this thing with a fight. So why this is happening? Why so much negativity, so much inhuman things are happening all around the world? So this is why emotional intelligence is important in today's world, because it helps us to navigate mental health challenges, social tension, and fast-paced environment. Right now, I guess one of our interns said a very good thing that, ma'am, in today's world, we want everything instant. We are living in instant world. If I want something, I'll order it. Yeah. If I want something, I'll do this. Yeah, I got it. Even it's instant food is there. But the worst thing is that in this instant technology, we forgot that emotions are not instant. They are, part of us, which make us human being. We have to feel it, as Matt sir always said, feel it to heal it. That's the one of the thing that I always do. So that beautiful thing that one should feel the emotion. You should have a little bit time with your emotion, interaction with your emotion. Hey, how are you today? How I am today? It enhance your self awareness. Okay, for me or for all of us, it's very easy to ask people about themselves, like, oh, how are you? I feel you are a little bit low today. Oh, you are happy, wow. But does any one of you practice this thing with yourself, that how am I today? you know that what I am feeling right now, if I'm getting this thing, how am I? Are we self aware about our emotions? Like, I guess when we were conducting this inner voice activity, many of us would be thinking, oh yeah, what is my emotion right now, what I'm feeling? Oh yeah, that this was something I do not know. Yeah, it is important. All this question, if it just pop up into your in mind, congratulations, you are one step to the emotional intelligence scale. So really good. Second one is foster resilience. Okay, as I said, we all have gone through these stories and in histories, and we have read about people and their victories. But none of the syllabus tell us how the people have fallen down, or maybe how they have lost the battles or everything. Like, basically, what we are made to learn, we are just made to learn the stories of the winners. But why not the losers? And the failure are the stepping stone to success, right? So even you enjoying that when even you were lost everything, or even at your breaking point, even that period of time, this emotional intelligence tell you, hey, get up, you can do it. I know you can do it. Still, the war is not over. You can do it. So this is what emotional intelligence tell us: to foster resilience, to give us a strength and ability to just properly challenging situation. Like, hey, I'm still not going to lose from this particular situation. I am going to win it. I am going to overcome it. Then improve relationship. Currently, if we say high rate of divorce is happening, a lot of miscommunication is happening, and a lot of wars are happening, because when two egos are clashing, there is no one to tell that, okay, hey, let's sit down and have a conversation. Let's take a break. We are actually lagging this thing. Let's take a break and sit down and communicate effectively, empathetically communicate. So enhancing communication, collaborating, and even emotional intelligence is very important for the leadership. A good leader is a package of a good emotional intelligence, right? He also have IQ and he also have a EQ, right? Because if I tell you, there was this recent study which got conducted, and there was a thing, a people who is at the good leadership scale, all of them have a high emotional intelligence. Not I'm saying a high IQ, I'm saying high emotional intelligence. Because when you work with when you work, because human beings are the social animal, when you interact with human, when you interact with say a social situation, it's not like the formula you are writing, it's what the skill which you accelerate your growth is emotional intelligence. It also supports and making a sound decisions. A thoughtful, emotionally empathetic decision you can make with the emotional intelligence. Because this that period of time, you were looking at all the 360 degree of a particular situation, not just looking at situation at one point of view, but a different angle, different point of views, and then you can give the best solution to that particular situation. Sir, can we move to the next slide, please? Okay. Now, understanding emotional intelligence. We all are aware that the emotional intelligence term has been coined by Daniel Goleman. So, the first thing is self awareness. Okay. So, as I said, what is self awareness means? being conscious of your emotions and understanding how they affect your thoughts and behavior. For example, right now, if I'm getting angry, I'm getting furious, right? I am in that anger zone and I suddenly start to break things around me and to start to beat anyone. So that is a way that, okay, it's about being self-aware. Okay, I'm having this negative emotions, right? But it will also this emotion will also show in my thoughts and behavior. As I said, that there is a difference between emotion and feeling. What is that? That emotion brings you a physiological change, brings a psychological change, brings a cognitive change. So if you are feeling any negative emotion, you will feel you will act in certain negative way. And if you're feeling a positive emotion, you will act in certain way. So self awareness is like being aware about yourself. For example, if I ask, what is your name, you will actually answer me, yeah, my name is Shivanshi, or maybe my name is Matt, sir, right? So you will answer in this way. But same, you have to ask, like, okay, this emotion I'm feeling, what is that emotion? What is the name of that emotion? So this is the first part of self awareness. Second one is self regulation. Now, how I am managing my emotion, my impulse. You know what is the impulse? The urge that you get, you want to do something, you feel it and you want to do it, right? But an emotionally intelligent person know that if I'm feeling this thing, if I know I'm feeling the anger, would I break something? Would I shout on someone? Because I know at the end of the day I feel guilt about it. So how you regulate? So that's self-regulation. You choose a constructive part or you choose a destructive part. This what the emotional intelligence talks about, that you are going to regulate your that particular emotion in a positive way or in a negative way. Then third one is motivation, harnessing emotion to pursue a goal and goal with energy and persistence. Okay, we all have different goals in our life, right? And we want to achieve it. Many a times right now, when I see when clients come to me or even when students come to me, they are like, ma'am, we are not motivated enough, like what, how I can do something. So this emotional intelligence tells you, give you a clear cut picture. Okay, you have to be motivated. See, 24 hour in the motivation zone, it is, I guess, a kind of little bit myth, maybe possible for someone, maybe not possible for someone. Not always a quote would work for you, not always a song would work for you. They are different, they will they might work sometime, they might not work sometime. But the motivation you get from inside, that yes, I have to do it, I have to bring this change in myself, I have to. So that I have to is what emotional intelligence talk about. It give you a motivation to harness your emotion to pursue a goal. Suppose if I'm feeling this negative emotion right now, right? How I harness it? What? Because it will motivate me to do something destructive, right? Maybe it motivate me to break something. Or it could happen that if I regulate it properly, it will motivate me to do something positive. Maybe I would harness, maybe I will start to do cooking, maybe I'll start to this emotional scribbling. There are different ways we can harness this emotion. There are different ways that we can motivate ourselves to act in a positive way, to act in a proper way when we feel certain kind of emotions. Then we have social skills. So see, you are aware about your emotion, you are regulating your emotion, you are motivating all those emotions to pursue a particular goal. Then what will happen? As I said, human beings are not living in isolation. They are the social animal. So all these things will affect what? Your social skill. It will help you to manage your relationship and to properly move in a proper desired direction. Suppose if I talk nicely to people, I manage my emotion properly, I try to indulge in all those positive activities that I can, which actually help to get into my goal, which actually act as a stepping stone to my goal. So what will happen? My social skill will improve. Actually, yes, it will improve. It will take me to a platform where I want to be, maybe as a leader, maybe as an educator, maybe as a good politician. All these things, all these five skills will help you to grow in your life. Sir, can we have the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is the smart model. So as we all know that Daniel Goleman and Peter Solvin, a lot of psychologists, a lot of social workers, and so many people are working and have been worked in the field of this emotional intelligence. So this is the model which I have created, and I'm still in the goal to make it a full-fledged model, which I called as smart models. Smart model for smart people who are aware about the emotional intelligence. S is for self awareness. Yes, I am aware about my emotions. Then M is for motivation. Now, how I am going to regulate it, how I'm going to use that emotion to pursue a particular goal. A is for active listening and also empathy. So, yeah, so this is something which we all are lagging behind, like for example, if you're talking to someone, majority of time people are either busy with their phone on scrolling. I mean, like, yeah, I'm listening, and then wondering their heads here and there, and you feel like this person is not even listening to me. Why should I tell my whole stories and my whole emotion, whatever I'm feeling, to that person? So sometimes people think that active listening means like you have to be like telling that person, yes, I'm listening, yes, I'm listening. No. And if someone is coming to you, running to you, you're like, hey, listen to me. Not all the time they want a solution. They just want you to sit and listen to them and just say, yeah, I am here. Whatever you want, you can tell to me. Whatever you want to speak, whatever the inside what volcano you have, just take it out. I am here, I am your safe place, and you can talk to me. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to give you any sort of therapies or any sort of motivation word. No, but I am here. And that, that I am here for that person is like, a fairy godmother who emerged with a wand and like, hey, you are right, right? This would they will feel like. And while listening, I say empathy. Again, empathy, not sympathy. Empathy, just putting yourself into that person's shoes, right? Like we all see today in this video, I was going through this video. There was this video, so there was this person who was having this rage, and what did he did? There was a little puppy, coming to that person. There when you, I feel like when you have this negative emotion, a god send a messenger to you that, hey, we are here, any sort of natural element. And what that person did, that person just took that puppy and just started to beat him, like, and he died in that particular period of time. So this regulation, that empathy we are losing in today's world, that little puppy was doing no harm to that person, but that negative emotion that's eat you from inside, and you are not able to manage it, you are not able to regulate that emotion properly, would result it into such result that you are actually just channelizing your all those negative emotion into that little life which have no, like, which was not harming you, right? That puppy was just over there with the person, and he was licking his hand. And what he did, instead of he just uh, beated that puppy, and that puppy automatically died over there. So this is what happening in today's world. So that empathy we are losing. I always say, whenever you want to know the empathy term, the one picture that come into my mind is mother. That how our mothers selflessly do a lot of things for us. Similarly, that empathy we need to build in ourselves. Then regulation. I am aware, I am motivated enough, I have empathy for other, and also for myself. Yeah, for yourself, it's also important to have empathy for yourself. Like, okay, if you said, if someone is having a bad day, you say, hey, it's okay. It's just a bad day. You will going to have a good day again, and you say so many good words to him, to that person. But ever you have said these things to yourself, hey, it's okay if you are feeling vulnerable. It's okay. I am here, we are here, and we'll do something. I'm here, like, because at the end of the day, you should have a beautiful connection with yourself, because that's the connection that will be till eternity, right? So that's the most important thing. Then regulating your emotion is also important. Constructive way, destructive way, we will talk about various ways in the upcoming slides, that how you can regulate your emotion. and then this whole thing will result in transformational social skill. You would be an asset for your society, for your family, for your country. Like, you would be, in short, a good human. I'll say a good human, not a human, a good human, because we need a good human right now. So can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so there are real life example of some smart model. First one is a manager recognizing their stress level and adjusting their workload. Okay, in the we all have been there in the role of any sort of, when we in the authority figure, right? If a manager have this negative emotion, what will happen? The outburst will be on the juniors who is working with that manager, and this negative chain will, will be a negativity chain, because when manager will just have an outburst on their junior, they just maybe yelled on the junior. What junior will do? Junior will go back to their home. It could be possible that they will yell this, they take out of this negative emotion on their family, and this, this chain of trauma, or I will say this chain of negativity, will keep on going and going and going and going, because the world is small. What you give, you get back, we know that. So if you give negativity, you will get the negativity at the end of the day. So if manager is knowing, okay, fine, I'm feeling this stress emotion, what I can do, I can adjust my workload. Maybe I'll what I'm trying to do, like, I'll do everything by myself. We all see this words, we all see the, oh, you can do everything with yourself, you have 24 half, make it 28. No, don't make it 28, please. You have just 24 hours. Make the best use of that 24 hours. So if I'm aware that if the manager is aware, okay, this is what I'm having, this stressor of a workload, let me channelize it, let me adjust my schedule and then work it properly. Second word is motivation. We have seen a lot of athletes who have this resilient power, who came back from maybe from a tragedy or a big accident, and still that willpower which make them to achieve their success, to get something. So for the motivation, I guess the athlete would be the best example. An athlete who does his training constantly, despite of setbacks, he's like, okay, I will prove everything wrong. I will prove each and everything. What I'm having right now, a setback, I will tell that setback, hey, you know what? You just set aside. Now I am back. I'll prove you wrong. So this is what the motivation. Then we have this active listening and empathy, right? Suppose you visit to a doctor and you said, sir, I'm having this issue, and doctor just replied, so what can I do, right? You are having this issue. Do you think that you will able to share your problem with that doctor? I guess not. And this active listening part and this empathy part especially is very important with the services like the doctor or maybe the police services, because that's a very crucial and very social services, right? So if a doctor alternatively understand the patient, then it will be a very beautiful bond between doctor and patient, and patient can easily tell whatever they are feeling without any fear. Like right now, if a client comes to me and if I say, hey, whatever happened in your past life, it's your own mistake, that's not, I'm talking about empathy, right? I'm not being empathetic enough for that person. If someone is coming to me with thinking that I may help that person, it's such a beautiful thing, it's such a beautiful, I'll say, I'm blessed with that person, that situation, because they feel, yes, I can understand them. So active listening and empathy is actually very much important. Then regulation. Okay. Uh, if a teacher is actually very much frustrated, right, and she just yell on the children, that would have an everlasting impact on that children. There was this thing I read where somewhere. So there was this uh, a college or maybe a school or institute. So they were keep continuously telling the scolding the child and saying all sort of the motivation word to that, and which resulted that little child actually committed a suicide. So we do not know, because the world, how I feel like in this whole world, if I talk about the world, are the most lethal weapon, what we say is the most lethal weapon, because we can't take back that thing. whatever we have said, we have said. So regulation is also very much important. A teacher, if manage, hold that negativity and take a deep breath and then respond to that child. Okay, so you have this doubt, give me a break, beta, I'm just going to take your doubt, right? So that regulation would help to foster a beautiful relationship between a teacher and a student. Then transformational social skill. A good leader, a good emotionally intelligent leader actually actually is very important for the society, because that actually helps to grow the society properly, right? We all have the people, the inspiring leader. What makes them inspiring? Because they were emotionally intelligent, they were empathetic enough, they were self-aware enough, whatever going on with themselves, whatever going on with the situation. So moving forward, so can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, as when you begin, you were thinking that emotional armor, what I'm going to talk about, the armor. So I'm talking about a protective layer that one should develop using these EI, the smart skill which I talked about. So by that, you are going to have a protective layer as we apply a sunscreen to protect us from the UV rays of the sun. Similarly, this emotional intelligence is like your that sunscreen that will give you a protective layer to navigate your emotional challenges, to build a strong resilience power, to promote mental well-being, and to enhance the relationship, and for boosting performance. So this emotional armor will help in each of these blocks, which you will see, which you encounter in your daily life, right? You encounter how I can positively negative navigate my emotional challenges, how can I build a resilience, like how can I just bounce back, or the promotion of mental well-being, because it's important right now. Everyone is talking about mental wellness, so it's important for to promote mental well-being. Also enhance a relationship, interpersonal relationship and intrapersonal relationship with you, with yourself, and with others. Both it will enhance, and then boosting your performance. This, if you apply this overall smart skill, you will be smart enough, you will boost your performance in whatever life, like in your academic life, in your professional life, in your social life. It will boost your performance. So next slide, please. Okay, so what are these strategies for building this resilience and well-being? First of all, recognizing and labeling your emotion. Okay, we went to supermarkets, right? Why do we have this different section of veg and on, or maybe non-veg, or maybe we have section for chocolate, different section for chocolates, almonds, and everything. Like we have different section. Even we label everything. For example, my label is Shivanshi Mishra, right? So why labeling is important? Because labeling give you an awareness, right? So when we recognize and when we label our emotion, we basically reflect on our feeling. So how you can do that? You can keep a feeling diary. It could help you to develop awareness. So what you can do, you can just, maybe if you want to write something, you can write it in that. Or maybe if you want to use different colors, or maybe different emoticons, I use that. For example, the when I'm happy, I use a happy emoticons. When I'm sad, I use a sad emoticons, or maybe I color something with blue. So giving, recognizing that particular emotion is important, because when you can't recognize something, when you are not aware of something is going on, so how you will act? You will act in a negative way, in a frustrated way, because I'm not getting what is happening with me. A lot of time we just yell like this, I am not getting what's happening with me, no one is understanding me. Are you understanding your own self? First of all, you need to understand your own self, then let others understand you. So first thing is that recognizing and labeling your emotion. Second one is developing emotional regulation strategies. You can incorporate any sort of in strategies, deep breathing. So whenever you feel like this, any sort of negative emotion, or any sort of emotion which you think is taking you to the destructive way, you can just tell yourself, calm down and have deep breathe. Maybe just take a inhale and then count to 5 and then exhale. Do these things 5 times. Effective, cheapest, I will say free of cost thing, that strategy you are doing. Exercise, journaling, and mindful break. We need breaks. Okay, you are not a machine that 24 hour you need to work. No, you need to have little breaks. You should have 15 or 10 minutes break or 5 minutes break, but breaks are important. Then practicing empathy and compassion. You can foster empathy and compassion through active listening, and by validating other feelings, by validating your own feelings, and maybe indulging in different social activity which give you a yes, I am actually a useful creature in this world. Then building resilience and adaptability. Adopt a growth mindset. By growth mindset, daily you should have a particular goal that yes, I have to achieve these things. You should have a supportive network. You should have socialize. You should connect with a lot of people. You should maybe on the online basis, maybe on the offline basis, daily just have this thing. Daily I have to build a one connection, and that should be a good everlasting connection, but there should be a connection. Then reflect what you have done, like in the whole day, what you have done. Just reflect on that, right? By this you will build a good resilience. By this you will build a good adaptability. Sir, can you share the next slide, please? Okay, this is another model that which I'm working on. It is called a pillar model, which actually encompass all the strategies of which you can do, which you can practice for the emotional intelligence. First one is perceiving, noticing and recognizing your emotions. Right now, if I am sad, I have noticed it, I have recognized it. Yes, I'm sad. Then identify the cause of these emotions. So what I do, I take a sheet of paper. Okay, I write sad feeling, right? Sad. And then what I will do, I write the causes. So I'm feeling sad because of this cause, because of this cause, and it could be also the cause, and it could be also the cause. So all the causes are over there, right? Then labeling this emotion, like naming the emotion you are experiencing right now. So if I'm sad, I know I'm sad. Now I am properly labeling. I have labeled that emotion also, because many of time we have a bundle of emotion, and we feel like okay, I am sad, but I feel like I'm not sad because this maybe I'm just having a low mood or something, or maybe I'm happy, but I do not know why I'm sad. So whatever emotion you are having, just perceive it, write it, identify the cause, and then start to label it. If I'm sad, okay, I'm sad. If I am happy, I am happy at this particular period of time. Oh, it's okay, I can be happy also. If I'm angry, yes, it's okay, I can be angry also. So by this thing, you have perceived it, you have identified it, and even you have to give in a proper label. Why I'm saying labeling is important, because that will tell your mind, yes, you are in this situation, you are in this situation. Because whatever we are perceiving, whatever we are identifying, certain type of neurotransmitter will be activated by our mind. So that will help you to regulate it properly. Like suppose if I am sad, so at that period of time, like maybe my dopamine level is low. So what I have to do to my increase my dopamine level? So as we label this emotion, we can create a proper structured plan, right? Then linking. Connect our emotion to your thoughts and behavior. For example, I was sad. I cried. Okay. Now I was sad because I didn't get a good grade. This was the cause. What were my thoughts? I felt like I was loser. I'm not going to do good enough. And what was my behavior? That I stopped studying. Suppose I stopped studying. The best example I give you would be that I was actually kind of afraid from the maths. Okay. So during my maybe during when I was in my 10th standard, I hate maths, like literally hate it. So because I identified that emotion, there was a fear, fear that I was having with the maths. I identify, and I wrote it down all the causes, because before that I did not get a proper mentor who can teach me and who can make me fall in love with the maths. I lack practice. I have a lot of doubts, and these all things resulted as having that fear of maths. I labeled it fear of maths. Now, what emotions, what thought and behavior I had, I always avoided all these sort of maths questions. I always think like, okay, I have to do certain things which do not involve maths. But practically it is possible? No, it's not, because everything around us have maths in it. Then what I did, acting, decide how to respond your feeling effectively. At that period of time, I have two choices: either run away from that situation, second was that to respond it effectively. I took the help of my parents. I took the help. I get a mentor who can teach me maths properly, right? So acting upon it, because now you have the choice. You have the choice to leave that battle, or you have the choice to fight from that battle, right? Fight and flight mode, we all know that, right? So we have to fight it. We have to effectively respond to that feeling. Then refining, continuously improving your emotional understanding and management skill. So if you're having this negative feeling, for example, if I had this maths fear, what I was doing continuously, whenever I used to, even solve even a one question properly, and with everything proper, I used to appreciate it. Hey, you did a great job. Good, you can do it. It's just a maths. It's just a subject. So that, that emotional, we understand that emotion, and then we manage it, by managing skill. I just use what I use a motivating for words for myself. I appreciate myself, because it was a big thing for me. Even it would be the very easiest sum which anyone can do that, but if I did that, hey, congratulations, you did that. By following all these steps, you can refine your emotional well-being. So this pillar model is actually the pillar who can enhance your emotional intelligence. Matt, sir, can we move to the next slide, please? Okay. Practical application of that: corporate setting. We need this pillar model in team meetings, in project management, in performance reviews. We need this pillar model, because when you are in the corporate setting, you are working with multiple individual, multiple companies, and you need this pillar model to accelerate your personal growth, your company growth. Then healthcare, because to build a beautiful connection between between the health practitioner and the patients, we need this thing. We need this pillar model, so that we can have a proper patient consultant. We need a team hurdles and interdepartment communication, because when we am talking about healthcare, there's not a one particular department working on. There are a lot of department working on. So for this, we need this pillar model. Then in education sector, yes, we need that. We need a open classroom discussion. We need a good student teacher interaction. When right now it's happening, I guess a lot of colleges and universities are practicing this mentor mentee discussion, right? We need administrative meeting. In that also, we need this pillar model. Also in customer service, we can see this pillar model where customer interact properly for the care of complaint resolution, or maybe the feedback, where you see that how nicely the customer care service provider has talked to you. So he's doing, or how she's doing that, by using this pillar strategies, by using the smart strategies. Then in sales, okay, if you want to sell anything in this world, you need a pillar model. You would know that, which client you are meeting, what are their demands, what they want from you, what they expect from you, for the presentation, from the negotiation process. For all these, we need this pillar skill. So moving forward to the next slide. So I guess you have skipped one slide. It's individual mental well-being. Yeah, thank you. So, okay, we have talked about so many things about emotional intelligence and everything. So, see, as I said, if I talk about society, society is what, where individual are interacting, right? Individual is important. So let's just focus first of all on individual mental well-being. So, according to WHO, mental well-being is a state that enables individual to cope with stress, realize their abilities, learn well, work well, and contribute to their community. Right now, we are in this in a state where every situation is stressful for us. Right, majority of the situation is stressful for us. So, how an individual can easily cope up with this stress? Either they fight, or either they just run away from the stress. So, what they do? What are their coping strategies? they follow, and also what ability they have, for these stress management thing, how even in that stressful situation you cope up with that, how properly you can learn it from that situation, how properly you can adapt in that situation and work well and even contribute to the society. Because when you can cope well, when you know your ability, when you properly learn well, and you have properly worked the emotion, you have properly channelized your emotion, you have motivated enough, then automatically you will go contribute to the community in a positive way, in a healthier way. It involves self-awareness, emotional regulation, and regulation and resilience to navigate life challenging if challenges. Right? It's very important because whenever whenever life throws marbles on you, just build your own castle. Right? So yeah, next slide, please. So there are different strategies that you can do. These strategies I personally love. First one is awareness and regulation. You can have a practice mindfulness. The nature is so beautiful that without any paying any sort of money, you can do this mindfulness activity. What you need to do, just have a very soothing music and just sit in the morning and just do a normal breathing, and you will see and even you listen a beautiful sunrise, birds are chirping, and you feel like, oh wow, it's such a positive day, it's such a good day. So that mindfulness, you can practice mindfulness, you can journal your thoughts. Get social connection, build a supportive relationship. Again, I believe I say supportive relationship. If you know any of the relationship is draining your energy, stay away from that.
Shivanshi, we can't hear your voice, ma'am.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. And your video also gone out. You'll start your video as well.
Yeah. So then I have then the thing is healthy lifestyle. See, having a healthy lifestyle is very much important because yeah, because right now we are in the world where where we all are having majority of, we can see, we many of our are having are witnessing insomnia patient. We are seeing people with high BP. We are seeing people with so much stress also. So many things are happening. So many diseases are happening just because of that unhealthy lifestyle. So it's important to have a healthy lifestyle. It's important to have a balanced diet. It's important to hydrate yourself. It's important to take a proper sleep. It's important to do regular exercise. Then meaningful activities. In our daily life, I don't know many of you have any sort of hobbies, and you actually daily practice it. You daily do it whenever you get time. You actually properly do that hobbies. While I was doing this research, and there was I met so many people, and I just asked them, what is your hobby? And they were like, yeah, actually I used to do something earlier, but I do not know right now. I do not know. And they were like, yeah, actually for them it was like a question that, oh my god, yeah, I should have one hobby basically. And that was something surprising for me, because we all should have some sort of hobbies, right? Volunteering, because volunteering give you a purpose of your life. You feel like, oh wow, I have contributed to the community. That's so much important, right? Then you have this gratitude and positivity. It's very important to have gratitude. It's very important to daily to tell yourself and thank god, that thank god I'm still alive. Thank god for giving me this roof. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Even if the meal I'm taking, thank you for that. remember when we were in the school, that period of time, we always started our day with prayer. Even during our recess time, we used to pray. As we grow, we forget all this gratitude, we forget all this positivity, we do not practice it. Start practicing gratitude, start practicing positivity, because this will help you to reframe your negativity. Then set boundaries. Yes, boundaries are important. There is a healthier way to say no when it's needed. You need to limit toxic people, you need to limit toxic routine. And if you feel like certain thing is crossing my boundary, then you can normally tell that person, hey, right now I'm not available. I can get you afterwards, because right now I'm sort of busy and occupied with work. You need to set a healthy boundary for others and for yourself also. Yeah, okay, this is my bedtime routine, this is my boundary, I'm not going to surpass it. Then seek help when needed. If you feel like you need therapy, if you feel like you need counseling, you need additional support, go for it. Do not think what world is thinking about, do not think what people are going to say. Eventually each and every person have their opinion. Why to think about others? Just think about yourself first. If you need help, if you need counseling, go to the professional, seek help. Do not do a self-diagnosis. I say once again, say do not do a self-diagnosis by doing googling your symptoms and and then researching about it. No, don't do that. There are professionals, go to them, seek help. So can I have the next slide, please? Okay, now after when individual well-being is done, then what is about the universal mental well-being? As I said, that started with it saying that Vasudev Kutumbakam, whole world is my home, right? So similarly, that I don't know many of you know or not know, but you know, we are I guess maybe 195 or above. We have countries, right, all over the world. But if we say that how many countries have their own mental health policies, there would be less than 100 who actually have their mental health policy and actually working on that properly, not just in the documented form, but also in a proper manner. So so when I talk about the universal mental well-being, I mean that creating a world where mental health is prioritized, where you get support and where you get accessibility, irrespective of your gender, irrespective of your community, irrespective of your caste, irrespective of your economic status. Everyone have access to that. So how we can do that? We need to have raise awareness for that. We need to educate people. We need to reduce stigma about this mental health, this stigmatization which is happening. Because right now we see a world where dark humor is popularizing, where we see people are making fun of other people. So in that world, we need to educate it. We need to educate even to our younger population. Like if I say, I recently coming this from a very practitioner that a 5 year could not have depression and they could not feel low. They need just 4 slaps. And I was like, what are you saying? Like 4 slap? What do you mean by that? Like if why there should be like only the adult people have this mental health issues, and coming from the person who is being practicing, who is in the medical field, and they say just like, oh, that's just some tantrum that a person is that child is showing. You just give 4 slaps and he will be all right. No, if he is communicating to you that I am feeling low, just actually please we need awareness for this. We need education. And if I'm talking about education, not to just for the maybe to the poor or uneducated people, but also for each and every economic status, for each and every people coming from different culture background, people coming from different social background. We need to raise awareness about it. Then improve access, ensure mental health care for all. As there are so many countries who have their they have their health policies, we should also inculcate mental health in that policies also, so that each and every person can access it. I like recently, if I talk about in India, there are government hospitals which have this psychiatric department, which have this counselor, which have these therapists free of cost. So by this, by this basically we can improve the access to ensure mental health care for all. Then creating a supportive space where we can have inclusivity, we can tell people they can share their feelings. Then integrating mental health in the education system, so that each from the young from basically from at the very young age, people can understand about their mental health, people can know what they are feeling, and that it's sometimes okay to be not okay, and it's sometimes okay to be okay, right? And we should have the workshop, like right now we are having this conference. It's actually a very great initiative. We should have more workshop like this. We should have enhance our workplace, in the workplace basically. We should have this so balance, how the people can balance their stress life and their work life. They should we should have workshop for those people also. So yeah, moving forward, sir, can we have the next slide, please? So yeah, in the conclusion, I just want to say that emotional intelligence is actually very vital for navigating whatever modern complexity we have. This pillar model, this smart model will help you to enhance your emotional intelligence. It will give you a very good self-awareness. It will motivate you. It will encourage you. So by implementing these practice in your daily life, you can improve your overall emotional well-being. Your emotional intelligence can be a greatest asset for active if you are willing to actively develop it. Again, I repeat, if you are willing to actively develop it. It's a very beautiful quote that I believe that emotional intelligence is the compass that guide us through life's trials, eliminating the path to well-being for all. So this was all about emotional intelligence and how it could act as an armor. I hope you like the presentation. Thank you very much.
Well done. Very good. Good information. A lot of good actionable items, things we can do something about, and a good overview of emotional intelligence and what to do about it. So thank you, Shivanshi. That was very good.
Congratulations, Shivanshi. Very well presented. And you have a bright future. You know, the way you have presented, you can learn a lot and you can be, a partaker, and also the lineage. You can carry the
Leader.
lineage of, Professor Matt and so many professors who have been contributing over the decade. So congratulations once again. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Nice.
Thank you,
Nice,
sir. Thank you,
Dr.
Matt, sir, and thank you so for giving such a wonderful opportunity.
All right. Good. All right. Excellent. All right. We're moving on to the next presenter then, Sanchita. She is a current intern with us and is put together a cool presentation on something that you may not have worked on before or heard about. So here's something a little bit different. So Sanchita, are you there? Can you share your screen? Anything?
What's her name?
Sanchita, are you there?
Sanchita?
No.
Sanchita Somani? You can raise your hand.
Here she is.
Now you can unmute yourself. Start your video.
Hello. Okay.
Yep. We can hear you now.
Actually, I wasn't able
We
to
can
open
see.
my video because of the permission.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Let me just screen share just a second.
Very good.
Is it visible?
Come in.
Then
There
go
it
to
is.
first slide.
Not on the first slide, but it's visible.
Mm.
There we go.
Hello,
Excellent.
everyone.
Carry
My
on.
name is Sangeeta Samani, and today I'm going to present on topic romanticization of mental illness. My partner Vedika and I worked on it, and romanticization. Romanticization, what do you understand by romanticization? It is the perception and the portrayal of a phenomena as a more interesting, cool, profound, or desirable than it really is. Romanticization of mental illness, you ask? It is basically an idea that portrays mental illness as a trendy, desirable, or a unique characteristic. People take this as a unique or different personality character, but they do not understand that it could be very harmful, potentially leading to self harm, delayed help seeking, and a distorted view of mental health. For example, these days, people cleaning, they have OCD. If you clean or if you like things in a certain order or like to do things in a certain way, they say, oh, I have OCD, I like to do things in a certain way. This phenomena, it just the desire of illness is not something new or it came out of blue. In ancient or classical era, we can see in ancient civilizations such as Greece, Egypt, or Rome that there were these mental illnesses were considered as a gift from the god or the prophecies or prophecies or the artistic um, artistic inspiration, or they were considered as a curse from the gods itself. When we came to the 14th and 17th century, these ideas were revived, linking melancholy with the intelligence and creativity. Artists such as Leonardo and Michelangelo were considered as intense, brooding, and deeply emotional. Which reinforced the idea that gene, uh, geniuses comes with suffering. When we came to the Romantic era, the 18th, 19th century, in this era, we can see in 1800s that the disease tuberculosis were considered as a um, tragic loveliness because popularized that people wanted to acquire that disease. A few of the symptoms of these diseases were coughing up blood, fatigue, and if not treated on time, it could also be fatal. But because of this, it was addressed as tragic loveliness, people wanted to have this disease as much as they can because it was a way of it was way of validation from society and acceptance. People were considered important. It was a glorified disease at that point. Then when we came to 19th and 18th century, we can see that the asylums and the psychiatric institutions became widespread. Instead of treating mental illness, people started to fear it. Artists like Vincent van Gogh and Frederick, they were idolized as tortured poets. Instead of understanding their problems and the suffering, people started to consider as them tortured souls, and which also reinforced the idea of insane genius. Then when we come to the today's era, 21st century, we can see that we can see the rise of this romanticization through films, literature, music, social media, the trend of aesthetic of sadness or the sadness aesthetic, where people glorifies their mental illnesses, their struggles. It became a trend-like situation which leads to misinformation, self-diagnosis, unhealthy idolization of pain. Platforms like Tumblr, TikToks have further romanticized depression, anxiety, and self-harm as a part of a dark, mysterious, brooding, serious personality, artistic personality. We can see a few movies such as American Horror Story. It was a series. In this, a character named Pete, he was telling therapist that he liked a girl named Violet when they were met based off their interaction when she was self-harming herself. He also told her that he also told her to a therapist that he asked that girl to self-harm herself more and permanently, and even on his recommendation or his on his recommendation, that girl tried to even suicide. Instead of understanding the problem behind the concept, people started to ship them together. Oh, they should be together because of the mental complexities and the romanticization of the idea. People never understood that there was a problem or the cry for help that the film was trying to portray. Or there was an episode in the series called BoJack Horseman, The Good Damage. There was a character named Diane was talking to another character, Princess Carolyn. It's a cat featured like a character. She said she has to write a memoir about her life. If she does not write a memoir about her life damages, then it would be all for nothing. If she writes a memoir about her life, it would be something special which makes her stronger than others. That the thoughts and feelings, the struggle she went through would be, acceptable. It would be the good damage. If she did not write a memoir or talked about her damage, it would all for what would it all be for? That means she could live her life happily. She could have written the books about which she wanted to. She could did things she wanted to, but instead she spent her time being sad. What was the reason? To people to make themselves feel special, or they may be stronger than others, or they want to be considered their feelings and thoughts to be beautiful or acceptable by society and their peers. They try to romanticize the idea. These days people give value to mental illness when it is presented as in the form of aesthetic art, like to understand the art. Like it is the trend these days that trauma creates characters. To understand the to understand deep introspective art, you have to go through suffering first. These TV shows, these books, these films, they play a huge, it's a special type of communication because it is not linked to one sensory input, but these film engages our sight and hearing both. It creates a trance-like state, a disassociative state, which is similar to a dream, causing viewer to become so deeply absorbed into the film that all the technical aspects that go into the creations are always forgotten. They do not realize the ability of the film or the series to mimic life experiences. They just forget the countless layers of editing, cutting, coloring, sound effects, music color, etc. It goes to make these movies, films more attractive to younger audience. These special effects are created so they could be more attractive. These people these days are scared to be not relatable, or if they are not sad, so they would be considered as a boring or stupid. Even the social media trends these days, Tumblr, TikTok, Instagram, they all are, oh, because of these they are overusing the mental health labels. Sad aesthetic pictures of films, self-harm, loneliness captions with poetic captions. Even there is a in Tumblr there is a group named like echo chamber. It is an environment where person only encounters information or opinions that reflect and reinforce their own opinions. Even the self-diagnosis and misinformation, like I mean, once or twice everyone must have search on the internet that I have these symptoms, what are the problems? And then there are certain websites and there are certain symptoms which comes with the certain problems ki, oh, if you have these symptoms this would be the problem. And then people started to misdiagnose them and spread the misinformation, and then they start acting in that way. And even the social media influencers or the celebrity also plays a huge role in this, because of these, as you can see that when you see your favorite actor, actress, or influencers work in or present themselves in a certain way, you also start relating to them. It could be because of halo effect. It could be because you're a fan of them. So whenever they write POV, I have ADHD because I behave in this way. POV, I have point of view, I have this, and I'm so anxious, I have anxiety, or I have social anxiety, or I'm socially awkward. You also try to be like them more. People need to take accountability of how they present themselves or how they use the word. Even it is also a very big reward system for us. For example, social media, when we get these social media rewards expressions of sadness with like likes, comments, validation, people, it brings a lot of attention to you and people connects with you, and then they start liking your pictures, they start commenting on your pictures, they share your pictures, and this increase the engagement. So when you get this engagement, you unintentionally reinforce the idea that the sadness could be your identity as identity. And just and it is also considered as a tortured myth, like tortured genius myth. Like it is the belief that mental illness is linked to creativity and intelligence, that in order to be a genius, a creative artist, you have to go through these deep introspective feelings or these sufferings so you could be the creative artist. So basically, when we, for example, such as Sylvia Plath or Vincent van Gogh, people considered them as a proof that their sufferings creates the brilliance. But there are also artists which does not have the disorders, or they are totally healthy and they are also creating such great arts. People does not understand that certain disorders such as depression, anxiety also cause problems, like they impact their cognitive function, their focus, problem solving abilities, and this which contradict the idea that suffering enhance the creativity. How to identify the issue and to provide solution for the same. The speaking about mental illness as a personality trait, you have seen certain people like talk like, oh, I am sad, or I am just a broken person, I cannot be fixed. You the first step would be not to disregard their feelings. Maybe you could help them to self explore their struggles, like what is the problem, or you could try hobbies or therapies, activities which would help you to identify the reason or help you to explore yourself. Expressing the idea that suffering equals to depth or genius, people often misunderstands or often equal that creativity is equal to suffering. You cannot be creative, deep, introspective if you haven't suffered. Just to remind them that the creativity does not require suffering. Many great artists thrive without any problems. So, engaging in aesthetic display of sadness, ask open mind questions to help them to find positive and emotional outlets. Or maybe some people seek validation or attention for their suffering. If they seek validation online, we can encourage them from private discussions with trusted peoples or the therapist instead of publicly, calling them out or sharing them. Through this topic, it is like I'm trying to. It is important to clarify that it is not an attempt to blame or criticize any artist for creating any sad or emotionally intense content. Art in its all form holds immense and undeniable value as a means of expression, storytelling, and emotional release. Art Artists are not responsible for how their audience interpret their work. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions and perceptions. Artist Art serve as a powerful medium that brings the reality of life into focus, offering catharsis and a deeper connection to human emotions. People naturally drawn to books, music, songs because they provide an outlet for the expression, reflection, and even healing. However, the issue arises when the portrayal of sadness or mental illness is romanticized, desired, turning it into something attractive, mysterious, profound, a unique characteristic trait. rather than seeking to understand that its actual depth and impact. The artistic mediums plays a huge crucial role in shedding the light on mental health struggle, serving as a cry for help or a tool for awareness. But it is essential to understand and remember that one does not need to suffer personally in order to understand and appreciate these themes in art. True understanding comes from empathy, education, and an open mind, not from idolizing the pain. As you must have heard a quote, it is okay not to be okay, but I think it is also okay to be okay. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. Very well presented.
Thank you, sir.
That was wonderful presentation, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
So now we'll move on to Insan. Insan, are you there? You can unmute yourself. Start your video.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your video. Share your presentation.
Thank you.
PPT is visible now. Can you
Thank
make
you.
it full screen?
Yes, sir. So,
Go ahead with.
hello, everyone. I think, are you hearing me? Can you tell me that's properly you are hearing me?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is
Okay.
clear.
Thank you, sir.
You can
Thank you.
introduce yourself and continue.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thanks to all members here who's are joined here, and that's amazing. This is Mohammad Al Insan from Bangladesh, and I'm a fresh graduate from psychology in Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Science and Technology University, Gopalganj 8100. So I will today I will discuss about the role of empathy in little action, improving emotional intelligence skill. So, and also I will discuss about how you can manage stress feelings and dysfunctional emotion. So who need to know this information? As an individual who's taking action in everyday life on the basis of emotional cues from others, and social worker who's providing physical and mental emotional supports for people, and also leader as a teacher, organizer who's are managing team and people around them. So now the empathy. What is empathy? And how we can define that what is actually empathy is. So empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another, such as you are putting yourself on the position of others, what they are feeling. So now I would like to share an example. So someone is telling you her hearted story, and you are putting yourself to her position and recognized and understand the story, how much hurted her. So if I want to put another example, for instance, look at the picture. I think everyone sees this picture. So what do you think about it, and can you connect this? A baby with her sister. So empathy is such kind of things that you are feeling someone emotion, that you are relationship with that person. So if you want to be an empathetic person, so you need to be or connected to the person in a relationship, as you are brother with her, as you are sister of her, or you are father, or you are a leader, you are a good leader of her. So when you will feel that you are connected with these people or in a relationship with these people, then you can understand their feelings, their emotion, what they are actually showing you. You can understand, and you have that much of ability that you will feel, yeah, they are doing this. They have shown me this kind of emotion. So this is the empathy. That's you have ability to understand the other feelings. If you are thinking, if someone is showing you that they are crying, as you are an empathetic person, that you need to understand that they are actually crying. So this is the basis of empathy. I think you got it. So now the role of empathy. What is role of empathy? Role of empathy is refers to the return of investment of empathy. What is return of investment of your empathy? Look, someone, when you are creating some action, when you are doing something, or you wanna do something on the basis of an action, you you put yourself as empathetic person. So you need to select in your mind that investment of your empathy, you will get something. That's why you are doing this. So ROI of empathy, the refers to the in return of investment of empathy. That's meaning actually benefits or value gain from practicing empathy in your personal and professional lives. So it's basically it's highlight how small acts of empathy can lead to positive outcomes, such as an improved relationship, better communication, increased emotional intelligence, and more supportive environment. So just like financial investments yield returns, so investing in empathy can result in a stronger connection, reduce conflicts, enhance problem solving skills, and overall emotional well-being. When you will feel that I must do something for this emotion, for someone's emotion. So you need to feel that you are investing your empathy to understand their emotion, and also you want to make a stronger connection with them. That is ROI of empathy. So your goal is to develop a stronger connection with these people that you are interact with. So how to cultivate empathy? So first of all, if you want to cultivate empathy in yourself, so you need to be an active listener. So by active listening, you can gain, or you can listen anything attentively whose you are interact with, and you can respond to their real emotions thoughtfully. So active listening is the main point to cultivate your empathy. And also you can get training on the basis of emotional intelligence and empathy workshop. So if you want to cultivate empathy and if you want to be an empathetic man, so you need to develop your reactive listening power, and you need some emotional intelligence training or emotional intelligence knowledge, that you can be emotionally intelligent person, and you have to develop yourself that's you have more empathy than the before. So you can cultivate through this way. Why it's matter? Why empathy matters? Empathy is a foundational skills, and for building a strong relationship in society, with friends, with family, with other person, in anywhere, you need to develop in yourself that you have more empathy. You can feel someone's feelings, you can feel someone's emotion, you can share their values with on the basis of their emotion, because you understand that they are actually what they are feelings. So you must, if you want to create a strong relationship in society, you must need to develop empathy. And the second one is fostering a positive task act or action environment around you. Look, everyone in our society, in anywhere, when we have take any kind of action on the basis of other emotion, you need to first create those environment is a positive environment that you can make it, or you can create an action that will be positive for you, and your action will develop a greater or stronger relationship with that person. So if you are empathetic person, if you can develop empathy skill, so you can also fostering a positive task environment around you. So that is the matter. So as we know that our voice is making nowadays, our voice is making our action, because we don't create any kind of quarrel with anyone. We just say something that's impact all the situation, that's make impacts on the all situation. So your voice is matter, so you need to take your words with empathy. Okay, so now I want to share you an example with empathy. So context number 1. Look, your close friend Jack recently lost a loved one. Jack is heartbroken and is struggling emotionally. Without empathy, if you have no empathetic skills or no empathy, what will your words? Like you will say that it happens to everyone, you will get over it. And in some cases that Jacks can feel unheard and unsupported, because sometimes we ignore it, that my friends is feeling bad or feeling devastating, that's he can't bear something, we just ignore it. So it can be unheard and unsupported. And for this reason, our friendship weaken due to a lack of emotional connection, because we don't have we are not emotionally connected. We don't have emotional regulations, emotional how we can control this, we don't know. That's why our friendship will weaken day by day. So this is without empathy. So now we will see with empathy what will be done by us. So now with empathy, if I have empathy and my friends might something, that you listen attentively and says, I can't imagine how painful this must be for you, and I am here for you whenever you need to talk. I'm here for you, that you can talk to me about anything, what you want to talk or what you want to share with me. So if you have empathy, you'll definitely tell this sentence and will tell this sentence to your friends. So in another case, or also you offers to spend some time with that friend, or in this scenario with Jack, and letting him know he is not alone. Because when someone feels I'm alone, as me, if I'm feeling I'm alone, I will not be able to regulate my emotion. I will feel bad. I will feel bad, and day by day, time and moment by moment. So, as empathetic person, they will suggest to you that you are not alone. And the 3 number cases, Zach feels supported and comfort, helping him cope better. So by this scenario, what we have got for this lesson, from this lesson. So the lesson tell us empathy strengthens social bonds, create a supportive environment, and helps individuals feel understood and valued because you care their emotion. So now, factors that impacts on empathy. What type of characteristics, what type of factors, what type of things that impacts on empathy that we are trying to develop in ourselves. So what's kind of factor that impact on empathy? So as an individual, there are some individual factor that is personal traits. My personal trait, if I'm not a positive person, I'll not be able to create an empathy and helps others. And also cultural background of mine and life experience. So all of individuals has own life experience. On the basis of our life experience, we might be able to reshape our tune, our emotion, our action on the basis of other emotion. So life experience can impact on empathy, that you might be able to create empathy or not. So there are a lot of things like organizational factors. I think one of me, I'm working with some organizations. So each of individuals, you are working with other organizations. So they have kind of factors that impact your empathetic mind. So like work-life imbalance, leadership style, your manager is not suitable for you, that you can share with him or her something, that you are emotionally imbalanced, you are unable to do these tasks. So something. So leadership style can impact on empathy. Workload and stress level. Yes, if you feel that your workload is very very much than before, so you will get stress and you will not be able to an empathetic person. Organizational culture. So yeah, I think this is a great factors for that's impact on empathy. Organizational culture. Each of all organization need to create their environment that everyone can share their feelings, share their emotion, share their everythings, like they are telling their story with brother, with sister, with someone who can help them. So organizational culture is great things that impact on empathy. And other is environmental factor, where you belongs to, or where you are living. So physical environment, work environment, and technological impact in society. So organization, day by day in digital era, everyone knows that technology reshape our thoughts. technology is reshaping our thoughts, and it has great impact on our mind, on our creating our characteristics, reshape our thoughts, reshape our action, and reshape our action also, emotion also. So there are lots of environmental factors along with these two factors that impacts on empathy. So these are the factors that impact on empathy. So you need, if you want to create or develop yourselves that you are with the empathetic mind, so you need to overcome these factors that is harmful, that can be harmful for your life in the future. So you need to take in your mind that this can impact on your life, impact your good empathy. Now, emotional intelligence, as you know about it, that's what is intelligence, emotional intelligence. So emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize, understand, and manage our emotion and those of others who are interact with us. So this is a great thing. I think I can explain it a little bit because it's a broad topic. So I will share something of it. So now we can see the emotional intelligence example, the scenario that is based on workplace conflict resolution. The context, look at the context. Sarah and James work in a corporate office. Sarah is frustrated because James missed a deadline affecting her project. She angrily confronts him in a meeting. That's, you come to the meeting and I'll do something with you. Why you missed this? So without emotional intelligence, what will be done here? So now see, James reacts defensively, raising his voice. No, I have some problem. That's why I'm not doing that. I was not doing that. And Sarah gets more frustrated, leading to an argument. If you have problem, but you can't miss this deadline. So that's why Sarah gets more frustrated, and the conflict escalated, harming teamwork. And also, this kind of things, this kind of conflict that reduce both of them productivity. Not only James and but also Sarah. They both will not able to do a better task in a better way. So without emotional intelligence, that can be a great devastating things that might be wrong. I hope might be wrong. So with emotional intelligence, that the Daniel's model, self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, social skills, and positive outcomes. So yeah, I will try. Yeah, I have tried something that's with this model, that's emotional intelligence can feels you better before than that. So self-awareness, if James has self-awareness, what they will react or what he will react. James recognized he feels defensive, but he still came that he will not choice harmful words for her. So if he has self-awareness, James will recognize this, that he stays calm down. So the second one is self-regulation. If he has self-regulation, instead of reacting, he takes a deep breath before responding. That's I need to be coolest one. I don't need to be do anything or to react on it. And the third thing is empathy. If he has empathy, he listens to Sarah's concern without interrupting. As an empathetic person, he want, as me, if I am an empathetic person, I'll try that I want to know what's going on James' mind. or Sarah's mind, that why they are reacting on this like this way. So if you are empathetic person, you will try to understand the emotion of others, and then you will take your action thoughtfully. And the fourth thing is social skills. Social skills. James apologized and explained the reason for the delay. He will explain that he has social manner and social skills. That's why he will apologize and explain the reason for the delay, why they missed the deadline. And he will try. That's for this reason I was so busy and I didn't do my tasks in time. That's why that's why the delay. So positive outcome. This is the main point with emotional intelligence. If you have empathy, if you have emotional intelligence, when both type of skill you have, then you can collaborate with any kind of person for improving your work relationship. So in this scenario, positive outcome, they collaborate with a solution, improving their work relationship. So with emotional intelligence, I think everyone can take a great solution for his own situation or own issues. So listen that you have learned from this. By using emotional intelligence, James managed his emotion, understand Sarah's frustrations, and resolve the issue without escalating the conflict. For this reason, this lead to better teamwork and a stress-free work environment. As a social worker, as an individual, as a leader, yes, I want to work with my people. That will be a stress-free. That will create a stress-free work environment, and our every action, our every task will created by with positive view. They will feel that, yeah, I can a job here, because in this place it has a great stress-free work environment where I can share my feelings and I can also understand other feelings. So we both can be a good team, can make a good team. So the benefits of empathy and emotional intelligence training. So number one, improved workplace relationship. And the second one is stronger leadership skills, better stress management, increased satisfaction, enhanced productivity, better communication skills, higher employee retentions, stronger client and customer relations, effective conflict of resolutions, and at the end, better mental health. We everyone that we want to in the last day of our life, that we want to take and feel better, feel strong, uh, strong in mentally. So yeah, definitely we also want to develop in ourselves that we have better mental health, that we can recognize, we can understand, we can manage every or each of every actions what I am taking for other person. So it's depend on also your mental health. So empathy and emotional intelligence will provide you a better mental health. A conclusion that you already know, empathy is a powerful tool that can significantly impact your health and productivity in daily activities. So by understanding and sharing the feelings of others, individuals can build a stronger relationship, because we want to create, we want to build a stronger relationship with other who are around us. And we don't want to create any kind of conflict with them. That's why we are here. And solve conflict more effectively. So with empathy, with emotional intelligence, we'll might be able to solve conflict more effectively than the before. Creates a more positive work environment and builds emotional intelligence as well. So thank you. If you have any kind of question, you can ask. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Your content was good, and you can also improve the way of presentation as you are presenting more about emotions, right? So
Yes, sir.
we have to be more expressive in terms of delivery. So that will, especially in this field, especially when we are talking about emotional intelligence, emotions, that is a added advantage. In fact, that is a great advantage for us because, when we are presenting other technical or scientific papers, it's okay. Maybe, let's see, it's not that every person has their own personality. So the way
Yes, sir.
of presentation differs from person to person, but it all depends on what kind of topic we are selecting, because
Yes,
not everything is everyone's cup of tea, right?
yes,
So
sir.
if we choose a topic or a kind of subject which is not so comfortable with us, then definitely we need to put more efforts in that. So
Yes,
you're
sir.
doing good, but there is a lot of scope to do much more better. So take it
Thank you,
as in
sir.
a positive way and keep working on it. So that definitely you will be far much better and you will receive much more appreciation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It means a lot.
Okay, ma'am. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we have next presenter, Rida. Are you there, ma? You can raise your hand. Rida. Are you ready with your presentation? Rida, can you respond by raising hand or in chat box?
So she's here.
Rita Mujandar?
No, Rida.
Rida. Yeah, that's what. But she's not responding. Rida, you can raise your hand or respond in chat box. Is she there? Rida, R-I-D-H-A.
Yes, sir.
Can you check, ma'am, if she is there? I don't see her. She is also not responding. Or can you call her?
She's not there.
Can you call her or someone of you? Or Sanchita, Shivanshi, if you have a contact number, can you just remind her?
Yes, sir, just calling her.
Ah. In the meanwhile, other presenters, wishing to share their, willing to present their presentations, kindly share your details in the chat box so that we can call you as per the order. Kindly share your topic of presentation, your name, designation, organization, along with department, your email ID and phone number. And also do complete all the formalities so that you can get your certificate. Okay, then we'll move on to next speaker, and after that, maybe we can invite her. Jay Lakshmi. You need to share your details in proper format. Are you there? Are you ready for presentation? There is a format I am sharing. See, you are not reading the presentation guidelines. That's the problem. You're not following the guidelines. Again, you will face difficulty in getting the certificates. You have to complete your formalities. Then only you will get certificate. So kindly go through the presentation guidelines before presenting. Because once you have presented, you cannot do anything. That's why it's always important you go and check the presentation guidelines, follow them. So those who have presented, those who are going to present, kindly follow the format. If you haven't shared, share the details. That will help us to record your presentation details properly so that you will not face any issues when we are generating the certificates. Jayalakshmi, you can unmute yourself now. Start your video and presentation.
Hi, sir. Is it audible?
You start your video also.
Okay.
There is a format in which you have to share. It is there in the instructions.
So after presentation, I will share all this.
What? No? You have to start your video. Your PPT is visible. If possible, make it full screen. Start your video and start your presentation.
Hi everyone. I'm Jayalakshmi Jainaya, and first of all, thanks to Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute Center of Arts and Science Berkeley, and all collaborators. And my topic is Bridge the Gap, Fostering Inclusive Education for Students with Learning Disabilities. So, learning disabilities are the serious obstacles affecting the millions of students and impacting both academic achievement and overall well-being. And this paper examined the critical role played by special education in recognizing and attending to the wide range in learning needs almost these type of pupils and integrating them to education system. It discussed dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia as some of the type of disorders that influence learning in areas of reading, writing, mathematical reasoning, and might further influence related skills such as organization and management. So these are the most learning disabilities then appear among the children. That is dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. Dyslexia is a disability in reading skill. Dysgraphia is a disability in writing skill, and dyscalculia is a mathematical disability by mathematical reasoning. So, learning disabilities are not homogeneous in themselves. These are the group of distinct disorders, each affecting certain cognitive functions. And possibly the most widely known learning disability among students is dyslexia. That affect reading skills such as phonological awareness, decoding, and reading fluency. And dysgraphia affect writing abilities such as handwriting, spelling, and return expression. And dyscalculia simply impairs in mathematical learning, that such as number sense, calculation ability, and problem solving ability. And the impact of learning disability is felt well beyond informal assessment and general problems of academic performance. Significant social emotional problems are often experienced by childhood adolescent with learning disability, frustration arising from academic struggle. This often leads to lower motivation, anxieties, and even depression. So, with the important consideration among the learning disability are co-occurrence, individual difference, early intervention, and strength and talent. The first one is the co-occurrence. That's the most common for individuals that have more than one learning disability or to have both a learning disability and ADHD. So, the full form of ADHD is attention deficit hypertension disability. And the next one is individual difference. That's the learning disability manifests differently in each individual. No two people with the same learning disability will have exactly the same challenges. Third one is early intervention. That is, early identification and intervention are crucial for helping individuals with learning disability reach their full potential. And then strength and talent. It's important to remember that individuals with learning disability also have strength and talent. Focusing on these strengths and help build self-esteem and promote the success of students' learning. So these are the important consideration among the students with learning disability. And next one is the importance of inclusive education. Actually, then inclusive education is really different from integrated education. So the inclusive education are that's also a huge benefits are also there because all of the students are also equally then importance in inclusive education. The first important is put it in a nutshell. That the research has consistently indicated that the most cases students with learning disability educated in inclusive setting demonstrate the better learning outcome than special education, the pre-classroom, exposure to the general curriculum and high expectation together with their match for academic growth. Second one is self-esteem and confidence. Being part of the mainstream classroom allows students to bloom their self-esteem and confidence. The acceptance of inclusive gives the students power over her self-worth and ability to believe in. Third one is social skill. Inclusive settings allow for a normal social learning environment for the learning disability for students, whereby positive role modeling occurs very naturally. The social learning is a bias for the basis for the social competency and integration. And preparation for life, that is inclusive education, allow the students to gain and develop necessary skill and experience correlated with proactive participation and empowerment in the community, thereby preparing them well for adult life. And reduces stigma and prejudice. Inclusive classroom help for understanding and acceptance of individual differences, and stigma and prejudice decrease. This help in formation of gender equity in our society. And next one is strategies to promote inclusive education. Then the first one is comprehensive professional development for teachers. Providing teachers with ongoing high quality professional development on learning disability, that differentiated instruction, inclusive pedagogy, and universal design learning principles or UDL principles, assistive technology, and collaborative strategies is really very crucial. And this training should be practical, hands-on, and focused on evidence-based practices. Next one is universal design for learning or UDL. Implementing UDL principle ensures that curriculum, instruction, and assessment are accessible to all learners, including those with LDs, by providing multiple means of representation, engagement, and action and expression. And collaborative partnerships and communication, that fostering strong collaborative partnership and open communication among teachers, parents, and specialists, administrators, and related service providers is crucial for ensuring consistent support, shared decision making, and effective implementation of IEP. And creating a supportive and inclusive classroom environment. It is crucial to create a well-structured, supportive, and caring and welcoming classroom community for promoting inclusive education, fighting in stigma, and fostering belongings among learners. This will greatly support the different phases of diversity and acceptance in learning. And the next one is differentiated instruction and assessment. Effective differentiated instruction is the key to approaching diverse learning styles, strengths, and needs to each child with learning disability. It should include a modification of assignments, alternative ways of assessment, and individualized support, and several regrouping strategies. And mentorship programs. Such programs have a great purpose of offering them time to support students with learning disability, working under the guidance of some positive role model. And next one is parent and family engagement. Actually, the important consideration, like strategies for or importance of inclusive education. That's very important thing. That's parent and family engagement, because that engaging parents and family in the educational process is very essential. Schools should offer the parents information regarding learning disability, strategies for promoting, supporting their children home, and supporting to involve the school activity. And policy and advocacy, yeah, supportive policy and advocacy that effort are crucial. So these are the main strategies to promote education. That is comprehensive professional development for teachers, because teachers are also integral part of learning disability students. And the next one is universal design for learning, collaborative partnerships and communication, creating a supportive and inclusive classroom, differentiated instruction and assessment, and mentorship programs, parent and family engagement, and policy and advocacy. So also give importance to individual education programs. So that is a full form of IEP. So this is my topic, sir.
What inspired you to take this topic?
Sir, because I am a B.Ed scholar.
Hmm.
So that's why I choose this learning disability.
No, that's okay. B.Ed scholars, not every B.Ed scholar will choose this topic. No?
It's because so I also see the most of the students are also affecting this learning disability, especially dyslexia, that is reading disability. So that's why I choose this topic. Sir.
So what is that, you have found out in your study? Any significant observations that you'd like to implement or recommend?
So, yes, sir. Then first of all, the very important that is using technologies or AI platform like then I don't remember that name. So it's also helpful for these students, sir.
What kind of technology?
Uh, Sir, I forgot 1 minute, sir.
So what kind of issues have you faced? What kind of errors are being committed?
Sir, then I think then ask Purple Flame, that's one of the example of best AI platform for disability, learning disability students. So this is the AI platform, and it is also designed to assist individual with reading disability student, writing and dyscalculia student.
Have you collected any data from participants?
Yes, sir. Then in my B.Ed classroom, for the curriculum, I also then collected for this data collection in dyslexia students.
So what are the significant errors you have found? Common errors or mistakes or
I
where
don't
you have
understand.
faced difficulties?
Then dyslexic students or learning disabilities in common.
Give some examples. Why you are so vague? Specific. When you have done research, you should come up with specific examples. No? Did you really conduct this study?
Yes, sir.
Then you don't have any examples from the study?
Yes, sir. Sir, then first of all, then I went to then example of their dyslexia student. Sometimes I am going to then classroom for training purpose. Then I also to identify these students with reading disability because
No,
they
what I am
also.
telling you, what I am asking you,
Yes, sir. I
share
also
one
provide an
example.
example.
Ah,
Yes, sir. So these students are also then struggle with decoding words and reading fluency and comprehension. And students also to struggle to connect their letters then with their corresponding sound, struggle to blend their sound to form words. And sometimes also these students are also have a dysgraphia problem because they are also struggle to spell words accurately and also to struggle to write these spelling words.
you didn't get my point. I'm asking which words are specifically from the data you have collected and analyzed, where they are facing the problem.
Sorry, sir, I can't understand, sir.
Do you have data with you? You send your data analysis and findings to our email ID. We'll see.
Okay, sir. I also write these in my record. So after this session, I have sent. Sir.
Okay. See, you are doing good work, but you should also understand what is that you are doing. Otherwise, what is the point if you are not able to explain what you have done? There is no point of doing it now, because unless and until you are not able, you are explaining what you have done, then what is the use? You also need to share your findings with everyone, na, so that everyone gets benefited from it. So when you have done some data, see, there are some conceptual papers where there will be no data. They will just do review of literature and they will present. But you have good data. Primary data is a good research where you can present in a better way. See, don't take it in a negative sense. What I'm trying to say is,
Yes, sir.
yeah, when you have a very good data, when you have genuinely done some good research work, you should also present in a very good way.
Okay, sir.
Then you will get, good appreciation, and your paper will also be selected in, good conferences, and it can get published.
Okay.
Right? Take it for future.
Yes, sir.
Take it in a positive sense. So I'm just giving you suggestions so that, it will be useful in future. So whenever you have done some analysis, you put some findings also onto the slides.
Okay.
And don't, fill the slide with full contents like paras, entire para in one slide. Try to make it in points. Even if you have to put entire content, make it in small sentences, right? 1 line, 2 line, not more than that.
But
Because-
actually, it's my first presentation, so it's really a very net experience.
No, good. We appreciate that you have taken, initiative to come forward. Generally, also, I don't give suggestions, but maybe because of that, maybe, I thought of sharing. So that is also a good thing because, if you don't get any suggestions, then you will think that whatever I have done is, that is good and that is perfect, and you will not improve. Right? So it is very good. See, what I'm telling is we all can do much better. See, even I also can improve. There is no one that, there is every moment is an opportunity for everyone to improve. And, I was telling to the earlier presenter also, when we are choosing certain topics, every topic needs a different kind of presentation subject. So accordingly, when you are doing some empirical research and when you have some empirical data, try to present along with the analysis and findings. You also include tables and you also, discuss on them so that will be useful for everyone and there will be more queries on that. Okay, in future you can incorporate. And very well presented. Congratulations. Wish you all the success. But you read the presentation guidelines and complete them. Without that, you will not get certificate. See, presentations, we allow presentations, but certificate comes at the last. So for you, certificate is also important. So it is very important for us to, whenever we receive some information, brochure or link, we need to invest time. Otherwise, if we don't invest time, then even if we get opportunities, we'll not be able to take the benefit of the opportunities. So we have to spend time. We are learners now. We need to learn. Nothing will come easy way, in shortcut way. And whatever comes in a shortcut way, that will go very fast. Always remember, easy things which are coming easily, they will go easily. So never take any shortcuts, not for you, but everyone. So if you do in a proper way, that will help you a lot in future. Smart work is good, but nowadays being over smart is always, a danger. It's like confidence and overconfidence. Confidence always gives us, better results, but overconfidence, we are more prone or we are more vulnerable to mistakes. And, sometimes that is also the cause of our, destruction. It will destroy ourselves completely or others completely. So, as, this is not just for you, but everyone. So, anyway, congratulations once again. And we wish you all the success for future endeavors. Complete the formalities. You will get the set. So next, who is the presenter? We'll just invite them. So next we have Rinta Mujumdar. Just a minute. In the meanwhile, keep open your PPT and be ready. We'll give you permissions. Sanchita, did that girl join, ma? What was her name? Sanchita Shivanshi.
Yes, sir.
The other presenter has joined.
Yes, so she's in the conference, but she just have a power cut in her house. So that's why she's facing this issue.
Acha, okay. Once power resumes, let us know. Then after the presentation, we can. Okay, we'll go with Rinta now. Yeah, you can unmute yourself, start your video, and start your presentation. You have to start your video.
Is my video visible?
Now it's fine. You can continue. You can put into landscape mode so that the slide can be much bigger. Now it's fine.
Have on the video. If I don't know if
It's on only, ma. You continue same.
Okay. Thank you.
It's good now.
So hello everyone. Good evening to one and all present over here. So I would like to thank the organization for giving the opportunity, and I would also like to thank Rajendra sir for telling me the idea of presenting this subject in my internship tenure. So I'm currently pursuing food STEM, BA Psychology, Karma Shri Teshwar Sakya College, affiliated under Guwahati University. So for maintaining the confidentiality, I gave the name XX. Her age is 11 years. Her birth date is 6 December 2013. According to the latest diagnosis, she have moderate ID, 75% with autism spectrum disorder and PANDAS. Other disability includes hearing impairment, 80%. She resides in urban area, scheduled caste, Hinduism. Her mother tongue is Bengali. She is originally from Tripura, and regional language is Assamese. Type of family is nuclear.
our remaining extended family remains in Tripura. So this is the common observation. Common observation means the institution I am working, the intellectual disabled students are being admitted on the institution, and with ID, other developmental disorders like ADHD, ASD, and Down syndrome and cerebral palsy are seen. So I mainly worked on the ground floor. Our institution was divided into two sections. One is ground floor and the first floor. In a ground floor, it's like moderate to severe. So they have low speech and they can't process much instructions. They have much behavioral issues like vocal outbursts, self-injury, restlessness. I wrote about ground floor because I spent much time on ground floor, and in the first floor it's like they can understand instructions. They are relatively good compared to the ground floor at studies, at academic activities, and they are much more welcoming type of. So these are my observations on my subject. Auditory stimulation, that means the self-stimulating behavior. So she continuously says momo, mimi. These are some repeating words, a common symptom observed in autism spectrum disorders. Then tactile stiffening, it's like fingerting. She keeps on this finger tapping on cheeks continuously, and then she flaps her hand. It's like visual stimming. Then when the it's actually a common area, so whenever other children like make noise or the environment is such noiseful sometimes, or if she gets much more instructions, then she gets overstimulated. Then she breaks pencils or tear pages. If she sees colors, eraser, then she chews it. Then she scribble with a pencil vigorously, like tearing the paper. Then if she sees stranger, or when I first um, was introduced with my subject, she tries to grab my hand and then grab my hair and my friend's hair too. Then she scratches fingers like the other person's fingers on blows hair on air on our hair. According to the teacher, she does because she wants to see the hair flies. Okay, anyways. Um, so the students are guided by special teachers. It's kind of a school type of thing. So I and my teacher work together for that student, or we call as day resident. Then her intact fine motor skills. So she's good at writing. I mean, not good at writing, but she can write. So like the intact fine motor skills are intact. She can button up the sweater or something when it's needed. If she needs to open, she in no time opens it, and then she loves coloring. So her motor skills are intact. Then intact gross motor skills. Yeah, she jumps, runs, walks, crawls, or even climbs. So her gross motor skills are also intact. Then unclear speech. So the day I met her, her speech was she had no speech actually, except Momo Mimi and those things. So when I first went into the therapy room, like at the end of the day, they are given therapy. So it's like they have a separate room for therapy. So when we were permitted to observe at the therapy room, then I was surprised to see she was actually counting the numbers. She was like saying 1, 2, 3, or saying the month's name, January, February, March. So I was like surprised to to see her talk. Then understand social cues. So when I saw that she have hearing disability, then try to make expressions like suppose like this. If I do this, then it means she understands that I tell her to take her back. Like it depends on the time. If after the assembly I say like this, I show it like that, then she will understand that I tell her to take out the bag and bring out the copy. She does that automatically. Then if it's different break, if I show this and this, then she will understand that I asked her to take the tiffin, and she will put the handkerchief and then open the tiffin and then she starts sitting. Then since it's a common area, so like her she gets easily distracted. So she has low attention span and it's very difficult to make her concentrate on the academic or whatever instructions we are given. So she gets easily distracted. So she performs better in isolation. As I have already said that when I saw in the therapy room, it was like an isolated place. So she actually performs better in isolation. She follows instructions. There are less things that are distracted. So it's she performs better in isolation. Then whenever she brings the copy, whenever she opens the copy, she will start coloring. She loves coloring, and then sometimes when she opens the copy, she gives it to me and give the pencil. She can't talk, so I was like confused at the beginning why she gives the pencil and the copy to me while she wants me to write. Then seeing that she loves coloring, I draw an object like circle. Then she starts coloring. Then I understand, oh, she wants me to draw an object so that she can color. So that's the thing. Then cooking. So her mother showed me a video of like making the dal and rolling the dal. She also can cook the roti. So yeah, she loves cooking and kitchen activities. Then playing, she plays with her group. Like according to the previous diagnosis report, she didn't have much social activities, or she didn't enjoy like, or she wasn't interested in group activities. But we can, I have seen that she now plays with the group, with her group. Then when the music is on, she dances. Like it also depends on the environment. If the environment is playful or not, if her peers are also dancing or not. So if I just instruct her to dance, she won't dance. And she doesn't follow instructions in that way. And is good at matching similar objects. Yeah. So she's not that good in academics. She can just write A, B, C, D, and that too in a bigger font. So, but she's good at matching the similar items. Like we get generally the question was given like match the following items. So she in no time can just match the objects. Then subject goals. Like when at the beginning of our internship, we are told to have some goals, have subject related goals, and need to observe what are the inputs that I have given and what are the outputs that I have observed. So these were my subject goals to reduce the usage of stick. So in the ground floor, there were much more behavioral issues than the first floor. The stick was used to make scare. It was not used to beat, but used to make this scare. So, like, she was a kind of very dangerous or very scary type of person. She was so scary type that I needed to run away from her. Like, I used to scare from her. Like, I used to hide behind a pillar. She comes like attacking me. So it was not possible to handle her without the usage of stick. Like the stick was used by the teacher to show, to scare, only to scare for scaring purpose. So I try to not to use the stick just I try to use verbal and social cues and use expressions. And whenever she doesn't listen, then the teacher used to see. Then reduce hand grabbing behavior. So the hand grabbing behavior, I wanted to see what it triggers. Why the hand grabbing when she grabs the hand? I realized that when a stranger approaches to her at the beginning, if it's like unfamiliar face, then she grabs the hand. Or else if she's overstimulated and have much more instructions, then she grabs the person's hand. And then she scratches also. Then improves speech. The day I got to know about the therapy room, that she can also speak. Her speech is not clear, but she tries to speak. So then that became my goal, that I will try to improve her speech. Then make physically engaged. Physically engaged in the sense like make her dance or make her jump or run or those climbing. So I wanted to make physically engaged when she's not doing functional activities. So these were my goals, and these were the inputs. So uh, these were the instructions I gave by expressions, or yeah, like exercises. Um, from the beginning, she didn't wanted to exercise. Like she needs to be scared. She needs to be showed the stick. Then only she will exercise. Then depends on her mood. Depends completely on her mood. If her mood is nice, then she will do as it's asked. From the last days of my internship, whenever I ask her to exercise, she does that exercise. Just I need to do like this, and she will follow. Then wear shoes. Like this is also the same. I need to show the wearing of the shoe. Then she will wear the shoe. Then sit down, stand up, open tiffin, open bag. That's the thing. Then yeah, I have already talked about understanding social cues and emotional expressions. Then make her know that the activities are joyful by giving facial expression. So here's the same thing. She won't she won't do I until and unless I make her feel that it's enjoyable. Like if I say dance, or if I say to write ABCD, she won't do. One time I she doesn't run by her own. So the teacher she's kind of a fat and she doesn't want to run. So the teacher used to show stick and make her run. So one day what I did, I just hold her hand and like I gave her the facial expressions like it's joyful, it's nice. Then it was the first time that she was running by her own. Like she started feeling happy, joyful, and she was laughing. So she was feeling joyful when she started running. Then call her by name so that she responds frequently. So to improve the self-awareness and self-recognition for ID students, I used to call her name frequently. And then help with her speech, academic, and sports domain. As I've already said, I try to help with her speech, then write academic, be it writing ABCD or 1, 2, 3, 4, or joining the dots, or reading out the flashcards. I help them. I helped her. And sports domains like this, the jumping over the hurdles, then running, walking, and those. So yeah, I helped her to engage in physical activities. Then yeah, whenever she completes a task, then immediate verbal reinforcement was given, like clapping and a high five. So this was done by me and our teachers. Yeah, I took that as a challenge. So she tries to grab my hand, um, then scratch. I also took a tetanus for that, but I took as a challenge to see what triggers. I intentionally hold her hand and check when her grip becomes stronger. Like her grip is okay, it's fine. Then whenever stranger or someone approaches her and her grip becomes strong, whenever the teacher comes, whenever, whenever the teacher comes, she tries to grab my hand. So this was the output. Yeah. So like comparing to my first days of internship, only the first few days she pulled our hair, and once the face become familiar, she doesn't engage in hair pulling. Now she doesn't pull hair, or I am not sure if a stranger approaches to her, if she pull hair. But right now, till now, I didn't observe that she pulls hair over someone. Then hand grabbing behavior. Yeah, this is done when a stranger approaches to her. Then she, yeah, like I think the teacher, according to the previous diagnosis report, it was a year old. I saw she have some behavioral issues like vocal outbursts without any reason. She bites her arm, like self-biting on her arm. Then those were the issues. Then she pressures when she writes, she gives extra pressure. So I didn't notice now. So it means that she have improved now. So showing the use of the stick, I think it is necessary because it falls under punishment. Punishment is necessary for decreasing the unwanted behavior, and to increase the wanted behavior or desirable behavior, reinforcement is used. So mainly the first floor, they have much less behavioral issues as compared to the ground floor. So in there, the reinforcement is much more used, and in the ground floor, the kind of punishment is much more used. Punishment like the showing off stick or making her. So I think the stick was conditioned to her following instructions. So now if I say to sit down, she will sit down without the usage of stick. But in the previously, she needs to show the stick because she have no idea what it is used to mean to sit or what it is mean to take a back. The showing of stick is conditioned with like the thing which is she needs to use. She needs to follow the instruction. And this enjoys playing and dancing. Yeah, as I've already said, she doesn't want to be instructed. So if it's a playful environment, if her peers are dancing and playing, she will join too. But if I instruct her to jump over dance, she won't do. Or if I ask her to dance, she won't. Yeah. So I mentioned that I call her by her name to improve self-awareness, but she hardly responds. She hardly just this matlab, she brings the neck to front, and she likes it seems like she understands that her name was called, but still I'm not sure because most of the time she doesn't respond. Then yeah, improved speech. Her speech is improved because previously she doesn't speak anything except Momo Mimi. nowadays, if in the group, if I asked her to say her name, she says her name, and I introduce the whole group's name. Like if like her peer's name, I make her speak that. Then the name of her school. So she have improved a lot of speech during this 1 month of my internship. So yeah, was this a success or failure in respect to the goal? So I will consider this a partial success. Her speech was improved. Then I handled without much usage of the stick. Then made her feel that the physical activities are joyous by using the facial expressions. So these are some of the intervention or solution. So like keep on following a structured routine for a predictable daily schedule. So a structured routine should be made and is made for so that the routine becomes predictable. Since I have said that if I ask to take her back in the different way, she will know that it means that she needs to open and tiffin, and before that she needs to wash her hands. She knows like it was a predetermined one, so it's a predictable one. Then using positive reinforcement is actually necessary, though we should say it should be reduced. I agree that. Then continue physical activities in playful environment that she enjoys. The physical activities that she enjoys should be maintained. And yeah, provide speech therapy focusing on functional communication skills. Then create a sensory friendly learning environment with minimal distractions. Like sensory friendly learning environment, like it's reduced noise or one-to-one teaching is much more is suggested. Then like the environment should be organized, so it should be a sensory friendly learning environment with minimal distractions. So we suggested that the organization, the authority, that a cubicle should be made, like so that for minimal distractions. Then teach appropriate self-regulation techniques as alternatives to grabbing and hair pulling. Okay, so self-regulation techniques should be introduced, like when she is given to chew a chewable thing, then I can see her calmness. She calms down. Then self-stimulatory behavior is actually a coping mechanism. As long as it's not harmful, self-stimulatory behavior, as I say, like she taps her cheeks or hand flapping, this works as a self-regulation techniques as well. So these are actually good. So it doesn't need to be reduced. These behavior are not needed to be reduced. Then include activities that leverage her strengths. So her strengths is like coloring, matching objects, kitchen activities. So uh, these activities should be maintained or should be done on a regular basis. Then these are my learnings. Different behavioral approaches are needed for different functional levels. Then I understand the symptoms, behaviors of ID and other developmental disorders and how to deal with them. Then I realized one thing, that the progress may be gradual, but consistent intervention leads to meaningful improvements. Like the intervention is needed, though the progress may be gradual, as we have seen in the case of my subject, that she doesn't have the self-biting or she doesn't shout a vocal outburst. So I was surprised to see that in a year she have progressed so much, like progressing positively. So it was like great improvement. then yeah, every child has unique strengths, though even if we have not yet mm, know what are the strengths, but they indeed have some unique strengths, and those strengths needed to be leveraged. It needs to be find out and maintained. So yeah, so we were also told to observe about our personal goals. So my communication skills have improved. Like, it's not about only dealing with the subject. We were also told to our supervisor about our observation of the day in whole the in front of the teachers and in front of all the interns. So it was like a public speaking for me on the spot. So this was something I was poor at. So this skill have improved. Then leadership skill. So yeah, leadership skills have also improved as I have to make the all the students to do some task or do some activity, or we also took an awareness program. So it have developed my leadership skill. Then adjustment have increased. So it was not only with subject, like adjusting with the other interns of other colleges, having teamwork together. It was a great experience with them. Then Billings rapport formation is a basic thing for a psychology background. So I understand how to make a rapport formation. So with the subjects, so these have improved. So this was the conclusion. I have gained a significant technical learning through my work with an 11-year-old child with autism and intellectual disability. So partial success achieved in this time frame indicate potential for further improvement with continual consistent support. Then yeah, individual approaches, that is one-to-one intervention. Consider the unique profile of each child. Then oh, for Pihu's continued development, maintaining consistency across environment and gradually expanding her skills while respecting her sensory needs will be crucial. So her environment should be sensory controlled. One-to-one intervention is much needed. Then her skills, which are the skills or strengths which she have, it should be like leveraged. Then yeah, her sensory needs should be respected. And that's all. Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, ma. So have you presented earlier in any conference, or this is the first time you are presenting?
This is the first time.
Okay. Fine. So you have to be more energetic. Hope you didn't have any food before presentation.
Okay.
You seem to lack energy, or you are like that only by nature.
Today I felt like shivering. Like I think I'm much more anxious while doing this.
Okay.
I'm actually shivering.
Okay, then what is your intervention to
Yeah,
overcome this?
my intervention was like she needs to have a one-to-one intervention. Like our teacher used to, like our teacher used to make a group and see each one students, and she gets easily distracted, so it's hard for her to regain concentration. She is easily distracted, so it is advisable for her that she works in an isolated room, so that the so there are less distractions, and the environment should be good. It should be lively. It should be organized and low noise and sufficient brightness. Then yeah, she needs to work on her strength. Then and yeah, those were the things.
Okay. So have you practiced before actual presentation? The same presentation you have done now. Have you practiced it earlier before actual presentation?
Uh, I have practiced a week before. Actually, I needed to give a presentation on the organization, but it was cancelled. So I practiced a week before actually.
So it's always better, see, because first timers, especially young learners, you need to practice it. See, if you have a good time, generally conferences are announced, 6 months earlier, 3 months earlier, because research paper nowadays, it has become very easy because we get data information so easily. But otherwise also, and when we are presenting conceptual papers, that's fine. But when we need to do some empirical research, we need to select, correct samples. We need to approach them. We need to collect data, and we need to verify data, and we need to analyze it, and we have to cross-check it and with the findings. All it will take time. So it will easily take 1 month, minimum month, and more. So that's why next time, whenever you are preparing for any conference, you keep practicing orally and also in psychology, in mental repetition that happens, then you will feel ease when you are presenting. And be relaxed. No one is going to tell you anything. What happens? Everyone keeps doing mistakes, right? And many people even do blunders. This is just a mistake. Blunder is something that it will completely turn their life upside down. But this is nothing. So don't be anxious. Feel free, and be confident. Be confident and practice it. How you will get confidence? Only by practicing it. Practice 10 times, 20 times, as long as you are comfortable. And when you should stop, instead of improving, if you are making more mistakes, then that is the time you have to stop. That means you are exhausted there. You take a break and you continue once again later on. You should not be overdoing it, anything. No, because everyone has their own limitation capacity. Once we reach that threshold, we need to stop doing it. Take a break and then start doing once again, so that you will regain energy, and you will also have interest, but your concentration is also there. So in that way, even we can do interventions in a better way. So you can also improve, have good energy. Don't eat it just immediately before the conference. At least take some liquid food, or which gives you energy, before at least half an hour or 1 hour before. So make yourself comfortable. Otherwise, what will happen if you have some test meal before conference? We'll feel sleepy and will not be able to present properly, right? It will be heavy in stomach, right? So, very good. Your data is very good. And I mean, the contents are good. You can improve your presentation. I appreciate that you have taken an initiative coming forward and presenting on the platform. That courage is many people are lacking. See, I appreciate you. And also I take this opportunity also, to give you suggestions, because tomorrow we'll not criticize. Mostly in this platform, generally we encourage them. But in some platforms, they criticize. And we have seen many times they have never presented in their life. So certain things happen. See, it's not that they wantedly do, because it's all how we take it. Some people take positively, some people take it negatively, some people, okay, they analyze in context and accordingly they keep moving. So it's very good that we have seen a very newcomers, that two first timers presenting. We really appreciate and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
So we will move on to our next speaker. All the presenters, kindly complete your formalities, which is very important, because certificate is generated automatically. And if you don't complete your formalities, then system will not generate certificate. So now we invite Mr. Pradeep, who is an animal activist, animal welfare activist, advocate. He has been working for animal welfare for more than a decade, and a very nice person by personality and compassion towards animals. Yeah, Pradeep, now you can unmute yourself, start your presentation. For any queries related to conference, you can go there on the website. All the details are there on the website. You need to spend time. No one will study for you, right? If you have to pass the exam, you have to study. So similarly here, if you want information, you have to go and read it. There is no shortcut way. I'm telling now, if you go in a shortcut, then you will not understand. Just like, you read for the exam and you won't have anything for subject. You may get marks, but when you go to interview, you will fail. It's very easy for you to get into interviews, call letters, because by seeing your marks, but getting job, you have to prove yourself there with your subject. So similar way, don't look for shortcuts. Don't keep asking silly things which are there on the website. You go there, check it for yourself. All the information is available. If you don't invest time for yourself, no one will come for rescue. Yeah, Pradeep. And anyone else waiting for their presentations? Then share your details in the chat box in the prescribed format. We can invite you. Pradeep has some technical problem, I think. Okay, anyone else? Unikrishnan? You need to share your details in the chat box as per the format. What's your paper title? You have not received details in the chat box. There is a format. It is mentioned on the website as well. The registration form. If you don't follow the instructions, this is for everyone, you will not get certificate. Presentation you can do, but you have, even after presentation, you need to follow the instructions. Just registering, you will not get certificate. The certificate is last thing that comes on the platform. That is the last priority for every one of us, especially for us, because this platform is created for providing opportunities for everyone. And that comes with a strict discipline and commitment. And only when all the formalities are completed, because certificate will come only after your complete participation or presentation. So participation is not just registering or not without registering, coming, filling up the details. But it comes with, first you have to register yourself and you have to send your details to the email address provided. Then if there is any corrections or suggestions, we'll let you know. Then you have to update the paper and send it back for review. And then you need to come to the platform and present. If you are not sending your details, or if you are doing on-spot registration, then you need to share the details in the chat box also. And no matter whether you register or not, you have to inform the host that you are available and the details has to be shared in the chat box. So these instructions have also been mentioned on the website. So that means you are not reading the information. You are not going through the information, and also you are not following. Then how you will get certificate? Okay, if you don't want certificate, fine. But those we see a lot of times they don't go through the instructions, guidelines. Again, you will trouble yourself. If you don't need certificate, no need to worry about all these formalities. But those who need certificate, you have to complete these formalities, and that is up to you. We are not forcing anyone. It's up to you, your decision. And based on your decision, the consequences will be. You can take decision, but you cannot decide what consequence will come. So we can only take decisions. Consequences are based on our decisions. So follow the instructions carefully. Everyone must go through the presentation guidelines before presentation. There is a link. If you don't follow the presentation guidelines, that is your fault. And don't blame yourself and also others also. Because it is your duty. Please complete the duty. Yeah, Pradeep. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Yes, sir. Sorry for the technical disruption, sir. Just a moment, I am sharing my presentations. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ravi, sir, for coming. So today I'm going to talk about the the important topic, which is animal experimentation and the plight of suffering of the animals. So, very good evening, one and all, and I would welcome you all to this international webinar on social welfare, international social welfare. So, my name is Pradeep, and I've been working in the field of animal welfare for the past 8 years. So, into various diversified maybe in rescues and also leading the rescue, awareness, and also advocacy. So that was my introduction, and so getting delay, I'll just start with. So in this presentation, we are going to talk about the what actually is an animal testing, and what are the pros and cons of animal testing, and also we'll be talking about is animal testing is an ethical one, and at the same time, as animal testing, like where we see a lot of the times in what way that what animals are missing in animal testing. And are there any laws applicable for animal testing? Is there any governing body which monitors the animal testing? And with that, and finally, we have the conclusion. So, what actually is an animal testing? So, animal testing can also be referred as an animal experimentation. It is a way of animal research. So, so a lot of the times we see in especially in the pharmaceuticals or any other area, any new drugs or even cosmetics. So a lot of the times, many of the companies they test on animals. So so to check the efficacy of the drug or efficacy of the product. Since for humans, they don't work on it. We have the human clinical trials too. But for animals, since they are very close to us, so they work on that. So just give me a second. Ravindra sir, would you mind, can you minimize it, sir, the registration form once?
What happened, ma?
A registration form, can you minimize it, sir? Because I am not able to minimize it.
That will be on your screen.
My screen only, sir.
Because
Okay, sir.
you can minimize it.
Yes, sir. I'm trying it. That is.
Because that is an individual because they have to fill it. Na?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So you can minimize it.
So, as I mentioned, that animal testing is also known as animal experimentation, where we talk about the various types of research involved, and at the same time, the use of non-human animals as a model outcomes in experimentation, especially to test the efficacy of the drugs and also cosmetics. So here what happens is to control and also the affected behavior of the biological system. So here biological system means mention about the animals, what sort of behavior it is, how much is the, I mean this, how much the behavior of the animal is when the particular drug has been tested. So what are the is applicability behavior and what are the side effects which is happening. So these all deals with animal testing. So here, when as per the US, animals are kept and used for research and testing in US and across the world. If we can talk about that, here is the statistics of various, I mean, especially rabbits have been used more. And also, if we talk about dogs, in particularly beagles, they have been used for animal testing to uh, s- because of their acute smell. So they have been used for many of the uh, testing involved, that is drug testing and also cosmetics. So and rabbits, they have been used in a lot of lot of tests involved. That it means in coming slides, I will be sharing about what are the different types of animal testing you have been used and how it affects the welfare of the animals. So here it is a synopsis of the in the picture you have been seeing on an average how many animal tests have been for and use of most of the time they use animals, especially rabbits, for this test. So we talk about the types of animal testing as per the American Anti Vivisection Society. The following tests are performed on animals, that is eye irritability, acute toxicity, repeat dose toxicity, uh, skin porosity and irritation, skin sensitization, pharmacokinetics and toxicokinetics and metabolism, dermal penetration, and mutagenicity. So, if we talk about the eye irritability, sorry, if we talk about the pros and cons of the animal testing, so let's basically they use animals for any new drug testing, like for to test the efficacy of the drug. So, in especially when we have any new health problems. So at that time, they use this in improving like this animal testing, which is useful for the testing the drug efficacy. How much the drug is uh, efficacy is, I mean, how much the drug is um, in broadly it will be saying how much the drug is effective. So how it is being working. So based on that, and also ensure the safety of the drug. Is it useful drug? And animals have since animals are very close to us, as I mentioned, so they choose animals for this testing, like animal testing. So what are the when when we see the both sides of the coin, we have the pros and cons. So what are the cons? What are, if you can talk about them, countless animals have been used and they have been killed also. It also involves a lot of money. Uh, Many of them, they actually die due to the painful procedure it involves. So it involves a lot of suffering for them as well. So here is a video from video which talks about animal testing. So you can see it just a minute.
We can't hear sound.
Sir, okay, sir. So I think there is a audio problem, sir.
It's okay.
Uh, uh, So as there is a audio problem, so I will be explaining about what actually the video has presented. So the daily the soaps we use or also the cosmetics we use, everything comes from the testing of the animals. So as animal testing, mainly when we talk about pharmaceutical, a lot of the times animals are being used to test the particular efficacy of the drug. So what happens at during that time is a lot of the times animals undergo a lot of painful procedure. So if you talk, as I mentioned about different types of tests, for example, if you mention about Dre's test, so a lot of the times if in that particular test, rabbits have been used. So they check the uh, like how the rabbit is, I mean, how their behavior was. So during that time, uh, it undergoes a lot of pain, immense pain and suffering. So what happens is it has got a lot of eye infections, and at the same time, some even die also. So most of the organizations and also animal welfare organizations, animal advocates, so they say that animal testing is painful and it is not an ethical procedure to be followed. So although, but despite some bans, there are certain areas still the animals have been used as animals have been used in animal experimentation or animal testing. Moving on further ahead, is animal testing is or animal experimentation is ethical? Animal testing or animal experimentation is not ethical. It involves a lot of suffering for animals. As is mentioned about Dre's test. So here we can see in the picture like how the rabbits have been kept. So they have been kept in like a machines, not a living entity. So what happens? What animal is missing? So as I mentioned about the Dre's test, so it is here is the picture of is a real picture where the rabbit has been a victim of the eye irritancy test. So once even her injuries have been recorded. So what happens in animal testing is the animals undergo a lot of pain and suffering, and then most of the time the freedom has been curtailed. So, do we have any monitoring body to monitor the animal testing? So, in India, we have the Committee for the Purpose of Control and Supervision of Experiments on Animals, CPCSCA. So, it is a statutory body which been formed by the Act of the Indian Parliament under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1960. So, it is formed in the year 1964, but later on. It was not that was functioning. So in the year of 1998, under the chairpersonship of Srimati Menaka Gandhi, the CPCSC the board has been revived, and the headquarters is in New Delhi. So it includes a lot of certain guidelines and subcommittees which need to be followed when an animal is undergoing animal testing or an animal experimentation. So the committee is composed of members of the scientific community, and there will be a regulatory authority. And along with the regulatory authority, we'll be having animal activists or animal welfare group members. So the committee has 10 experts and 3 official members. So what actually is the role of CPCSC is? The role of CPCSC is to monitor the animal experiments through ethics committee, and this set up in the institutions, what we call as IAEC. So the CPCSC normally is important link between CPCSCA and IAEC. So the IAEC scrutinizes all the project proposals for experimentation on animals. So suppose if any pharmaceutical company wants to test the efficacy of the drugs. They wanted to test on animals. So first, the CPCSC permission has to be there. Like if they have to adhere to the guidelines of the CPCSCA and along with the ISC guidelines. So for small animals, they have for any animals, for it may be small animals or large animals. So they have to undergo the scrutiny of the CPCSA and ensure that the proper animal welfare measures has to be taken, and there involves also a less suffering for the animals. And for large animals, they make it a recommendation to SCLA, so that means a subcommittee on large animals. So are there any laws prohibit animal testing in India? So as per the 2013 amendment, India has the first country in Asian continent, which has banned the use of live animals in animal experimentation in medical education. So a lot of the time, when we see about dissection or any other any medical experimentation, so animals have been used. So that has been completely banned. So nowadays they have been using the lot of simulations apart from the animal ban. And sorry, I mean to say the animals has been banned in the use of animal experimentation as per the 2013 Amendment Act. And in 2014, India became the first country to in Asia to ban the testing on cosmetics on animals and the import of cosmetics tested on animals. So as the preceding year, in 2013, India made it illegal to use captive dolphins for the public and entertainment. You know, a lot of the times, India also uses a lot of, for entertainment, dolphins have been used. So that has been also been banned. So what are the some alternatives to testing? So there are many technology alternatives. Driven testing and simulation can be used. So nowadays, AI have been replacing a lot of things. It's a wonderful artificial technology. Artificial intelligence. So it's a major technology innovation, and as a replacement to animal testing. So a lot of innovation and research can be also be taking place. So if you are in any if you are a person who want to do any research oriented things, or you want to bring some, to reduce the suffering of animals, this is the one of the area where you can also go. You can do a lot of research and innovation. If you are from especially from a pharmaceutical science, or any if you are studying for B Pharm or M Pharm, this is one of the also the area of the scope of interest where you can also work on it. You can also do some R&D, research and development. So in that way, you are contributing to the society. At the same time, you are also reducing the suffering of the animals. So that's all. That's my. And finally, I want to say end this presentation by quote by the greatest ethical test that we are ever giving to face is the treatment of those who are at our mercy. So the greatest ethical test one human being can do is the treatment of these animals who are looking for mercy, love, and compassion. So with that, I am now ending the presentation. And thanks a lot, everyone, for so patiently listening to me. And thanks a lot, Ravindra sir, for every time encouraging us and providing a platform for the voice of voiceless every time. If you have any questions now, you can feel free to ask me. Over to you, Ravindra sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Congratulations, Pradeep. The kind of animal testing that is happening in various ethical guidelines. Many people think that you can just grab any animal and do experiments. But that is also not morally, ethically correct. You cannot torture any species for that matter. They have their own freedom. They have their own rights. And even if you are raising animals for experiments also, even though also you don't have any right, because they have their own life and right to life. So even in that case also, they cannot be subjected to torture, pain, experiments. So that's why many nowadays, not nowadays also, since earlier or when the animal experiments began. So they were capturing from the wild and they were doing experiments, but lot of this resistance from the people in the society. These research organizations have started animal houses and they have started rearing their own animals required for experiments. But even though there is a lot of cruelty that is happening to the subjects, and which is often unethical, immoral, and thanks to the technology development, today we have simulation available through technology. So I think that can reduce the magnitude of animal experiments. So it's a nice presentation. You focused on ethical guidelines and rules and regulations, the regulatory bodies that are responsible for monitoring the research on animals as well as conducting permissions. Even if you are a research scholar in life sciences or behavioral sciences, even for that matter, when you are conducting some research, you need to follow ethical guidance. So that is very important. So congratulations, Pradeep, for your wonderful presentation. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you a lot, Ravinder, sir. If any one of them from your platform, you are doing any R&D work, you can also work on using technology. How can you provide alternatives for animal testing? So there is a lot of scope in India also. You can also look into the Google, so you can get also some research publications, and also you can even if you can check with them in India also. The government of India is also providing it. So CCMB, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. So you can also there are a lot of scope and research innovation has been taking place. So even so, you can also get some grants like Atal Innovation Center. So some sort of thing you can work on. One aspect is innovation and research, and the secondary aspect is you can reduce the suffering of animals through technology innovation. So that's all I want to share. Thanks a lot, Ravindra sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So we will move on to any other presenters who are waiting for their presentation. Quickly, I'm sharing the format. So those who have presented, who have not shared their details, and those who are willing to present, who have not shared the details, the format is on screen. And read the instructions. It is also mentioned on the website on the registration form. Follow the instructions and complete your presentations. So those who have been called earlier, who couldn't present, if you are there, then we can take it up. Arsha. Your details, ma'am. Have you shared your details in chat box? If not, share. You can see the details and format on screen, read the instructions. Share your details in chat box. Read the instructions and share quickly. We'll be taking the messages from chat box as per the order. So keep sharing your details. Once your turn comes, we will call you. So in the meanwhile, you share your details in proper format. Kuma, now you can unmute yourself. Start your video, unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Is it visible, sir?
You switch on your video as well.
Yes, sir, I switched on.
No, I think it got switched off. You have to switch it on again.
Is it fine, sir?
You can put in landscape mode. No?
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, but your video has again gone.
Sir, actually, I'm using it in mobile phone, so I don't know, maybe like, as I'm sharing my screen, it got switched off.
Okay, then you do one thing, you switch on your video first.
Sir?
Now share your presentation.
Is it visible, sir?
Now try switching on video.
Sir, it's on. But when I'm going for that like, PPT, it got off.
So I think you need to fix the settings in your mobile.
Okay, sir.
Okay, as of now, you continue.
What, sir? Can I continue?
You continue. Share your PPT and continue.
Okay, sir.
Go to first slide.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes. Now continue.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Arsha. I'm here to present like a study, a secondary study based on like, gender responsive policing. it's a kind of policy analysis about the gender responsive policing in Kerala. Here, me and the co-presenter Liti Shakapan, we both are presenting this. And first, when we talk about the overview, this study, it's a meta-analysis of an existing literature on gender-responsive policing. And when we talk about gender-based violence, like in India, still it remains a prevalent issue despite of many legislative and policy advancements. So, especially in the state like Kerala, a state often recognized for its high literacy rates and also a progressive social indicators, the prevalence of gender-based violence remaining a bit a concerning issue even now. So here I analyzed some contents like barriers. First thing, the impact of gender responsive policing, that is some gender responsive policing initiative which is already in initiative has been taken in the Kerala, and also I analyzed some of the reporting barriers which the reporters, gender responsive, like gender based violence reporters faces, and also the intersectional challenges they faces. And when we talk about the methodological aspect, like as I already mentioned, it's an meta-analytical approaches. I reviewed some like empirical study, reviewed some existing literatures, which is an empirical study, and also statistical data on gender responsive policing in Kerala. And also, I reviewed some peer-reviewed journal articles and also some government reports and empirical studies, which is published between 2010 to 2024. And this study especially focus on areas like the effectiveness of gender-responsive policing initiatives, and also the barrier to reporting gender-based violences and the intersectional factors, influences, police responses, and the experience, like the victim's experience. Like when we talk about the findings, like we have currently, I have taken we have 3 effective gender responsive, like gender sensitization initiatives in Kerala. One is an Bodhium project which provides gender sensitization training to police officers till sub-inspector level. And also the other initiative is like Pink Protection Project. It's an Kerala state government initiatives where women police officers are placed to respond to harassment and abuses cases in public spaces. And the third initiative is that Jagrada Samiti, which is in community-based interventions, and also it has some awareness campaign. Now the next is impact of gender responsive initiatives. Like now I share it with the co-presenter Liti Shakapan to carry on this. Over to you, Liti Shakapan. Sir, can you unmute her? Excuse me, sir.
What's her name, ma?
Liti Shakapan.
Now you can unmute and start your video, ma.
Hello, sir.
You can continue.
Okay, sir. Hello, everyone. I'm just introduced myself. My name is Liti Chakapan. I have a Master of Social Work and specialize in community development. I just completed my post-graduation studies at Central University of Tamil Nadu. And thank you. And next chapter, impact of GRP initiatives. The impact of GRP initiatives on policing and gender-based of violence reporting. Studies show that gender sensitization programs have increased awareness among police personnel, leading to improved victim support services. However, research also indicate that gender basis persist among law enforcement officers, particularly at lower ranks. Police attitude towards gender-based of violence victims are often influenced by patriarchal beliefs, impacting the effectiveness of victim-centric approach. Additionally, the sustainability of gender responsive policies, victims are often influenced by, the GR training programs are remaining challenge. Short-term intervention have failed to create lasting behavioral changes. The next impact of the next chapter, barrier to reporting gender violence based on violence. The several studies highlight the barriers women face when reporting gender-based of violence, including fear of stigma, social pressure, and mistrust in law enforcement. Structural issues such as a delayed case processing, lack of female officers in key position, and police insensitivity contribute to underreporting. The intersectional factors, including caste, social economic status, and rural-urban disparities, the further complicate reporting, experience marginalized groups, including transgender individuals and women from lower social economic backgrounds, face additional challenges in assessing justice. Okay, clear? And then next, intersectionality and its police response. The higher vulnerability of scheduled caste and economically disadvantaged women, and the means intersectionality and police response to gender-based of violence. Intersectionality plays a critical role in shaping the experience of gender-based of violence victims and police responses. The studies indicate that women from scheduled caste and economically disadvantaged background are more vulnerable to police empathy. Additionally, LGBTQ, especially LGBTQ, is individual often face discrimination within a law enforcement institutions, leading to further marginalization. The effectiveness of GRP initiatives must therefore be assessed within intersectional framework to ensure inclusivity and equity in police responses. I think this all is clear. And change to Asha.
And then when we talk about that policy implications and some of the recommendations like which we got from the secondary analysis we have done. The first one is like we can do institutionalizing gender responsive policing training. That is like currently it's just a short-term program for all, not all police officials. Police official till lower rank till sub-inspector level. But if it will be more effective if it becomes a curricula for at all levels of law enforcement, and also it has to be like a sustainable training. Like now it's just a 2 days training program, but it has to be and like sustained training. Then it will we can see a larger impact in its effectiveness. And the second one is like strengthening community engagement. If we strengthen that is if we collaborate the law enforcement with NGOs and then with also the community organizations and also the local community people, we can improve gender-based violence reporting, and also it will become a victim supportive mechanism. Through that, we can get an effective impact from those policies. And also the next recommendation is structural reforms. That is in terms of increasing the representative of women in police leadership role. Like now, currently in Kerala police, like yeah, we have women police officials, but a number are very lesser when compared to men police officials. And also the women in leadership role in police, like law enforcement, is also comparatively little low. So if we increase the representation of women in police leadership role and also establishing dedicated gender responsive violence, gender-based violence responsive unit, we can enhance our initiatives. And the next thing is that intersectional policy approaches. That is when framing the policymakers should consider like intersectional factors, which is like caste, class, and gender identity issues. Like when we do like that, we can design a gender responsive policing initiative to ensure inclusive and equitable outcome. It will be more effective. And as a whole, the conclusion is that gender responsive policy initiative have made a progress, but systematical challenges is still remain in those initiatives. So we need for like more sustained training in spite of like short-term training, and also policies also should be in an intersectional approaches, and also structural reforms is also needed when forming those kind of initiatives. And a recommendation for future research, like I found a gap that mostly all the like studies is focusing on just the short-term impact of those initiatives. So if it is in longitudinal studies, that is, if it focus on long-term impact of gender sensitization programs or gender responsive policing initiatives, it will be more helpful to analyze those effectiveness of those policies. These are my reference. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, ma'am, both of you. So did anyone suggest you to take this topic, or how did you choose this topic, and what made you to choose this topic?
Like recently, I didn't know those kind of initiatives are there. Like recently we got to know about those initiatives, so we are a little more curious to analyze, like, to get deeper into those. That's
Oh, nice. So after this research, and you have also seen identified lacunae and also implications. So how do you think in a practical way this can be achieved or implemented in community?
yeah. So can you simplify it? I didn't get it.
No, you have observed some challenges,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Gaps also. How do you think to fill those gaps, address these gaps in community settings? Now you are a social worker, or you are from which discipline?
I'm from social work, sir.
So we'll be doing community work. Na?
Yes, sir.
So you have identified a problem and you also identified a solution. Now, given a community to you, how you are going to implement it and achieve that and fill the gap?
Yeah, first thing is that whenever we are initiating some programs, it must be instead of top-down approach, it must be a bottom-up approach. Like in case it has to be a participatory approach, we have to first get into the community and ask them like what they need. And also in the case of the particular program, it's also very short-term program. So just a short-term program, I don't think it must have more effectiveness. If it is a long-term training program, and also even from the government initiative, government side, they haven't found any before and after study. I haven't found any impact study of some particular initiatives. So if it was evaluated, we can reframe those programs in an effective way. So
okay. So you are talking basically about gender responsive
Policing.
policing, right?
Yes, sir.
So what does that exactly mean in simple words? Say to common women, if you are going into the community, and how do you explain to a common woman what is gender responsive policing?
If I can simplify it, when someone come to report any gender-based violence cases, like those who are handling the cases has to be more empathetic. Like, they have to empathize the issues and they have to think it in an intersectional and gender like aspect. Like, if they have to think it as an gender aspect, and also they have to be very sensible while handling those cases.
Okay, then who has to be trained? The police people or the community, or both?
Both has to be trained. In case of the sensitivity, the police officials has to be trained, and in case of reporting, even now women are facing many gender-based violence, and we are thinking it like it's normal for everyone. So still till now, not everyone are reporting those gender-based issues. We are just normalizing those issues. So the community has to get some awareness and they have to come out and report those cases. So we have to train, like, we have to create awareness on the community, and also we have to provide a proper training in case of in terms of police.
Okay. So here it is a multi-dimensional, multifactorial aspect of understanding these issues, especially domestic abuse or domestic violence. See, generally in the community, we have preconceived notions and a lot of practices that has been there existing. But sometimes there is a boundary line where we should not cross.
Yes, sir.
See, even among siblings also, we keep fighting with each other, we keep quarreling with each other, we keep beating each other, or hurting each other to some extent. That's fine as part of this thing, but it should not go beyond a particular threshold, right? When it becomes, when that kind of activity is interfering in their development, in their health and well-being, in their dignity or respect, then there is a concern that needs to be addressed. So first thing is to identify, what's the problem? What is the root cause of any such behaviors or such acts? Sometimes it may be the transference that happens, maybe one of the spouse, because gender violence is, the domestic violence happens not just by men or women. Sometimes both, it can come from any side, right? Though mostly from the male counterpart, but it can also come from the female counterpart. So we cannot blindly judge that if there is any domestic violence or domestic abuse, it is always from the male side. Then again, when we are talking about gender equity, gender sensitivity, then we are highly biased and judgmental. So as a social worker, we should also be aware that we should take it objective, not subjective. That once we hear domestic violence, it doesn't mean always it comes from a male side. So even we have to be very conscious, because we see now a lot of 498A cases. It is a highly abused, case in the entire judicial system. That means many women are misusing that, right? It is given, it is a blessing for them to protect themselves. But what they are doing, they are misusing it. And by misusing it, they are losing the opportunity. Now, tomorrow people will think, today, even courts are also giving instructions that even if they file a case, complaint on 498A, you should not arrest them. You should conduct thorough inquiry, and then only you need to file a case and then conduct the proceedings, because a lot of misuse is happening. And victims, poor victims, they are suffering. So this kind of awareness is also important. First thing is, we need to identify the root cause, why such, gender sensitivity issues are, are occurring. The proper understanding of what exactly is gender. Gender, is it in terms of social aspects, or gender, is it in terms of genetical aspect or biological aspect? So when we say gender, are we referring to male or female? Or when we are taking a social construct, what is that we are taking? That's why even there is a distinction between sex and gender, right? Sex is biological, whether you are a male or female. But gender is not biological, right? That is a major difference between the words also, terminology also. So these kind of awareness is very much required, and we need to also sensitize, as you rightly said, within the community, within our households, not take for granted anything. See, mostly why this abuse happens, why this, domestic violence happens, because we take people for granted. I mean, the spouse, either of the spouse, they take each other for granted. Or even with among family members or friends also, when the abuse starts, when they take each other for granted, it's okay, no problem. It's common, or it's okay. He doesn't, think much about it. He doesn't worry about it. Or he or she doesn't bother about it. Means without asking them, without checking with them, assuming that that is okay with them, even if they are not comfortable. That is where, these issues come up. Over period of time, it gets accumulating, right? More and more things keep happening on a routine basis and a regular basis, and with increased magnitude. That's how things start, even at the household, or even in the community, or even in schools, colleges, or workplaces. So whenever such things are happening, we should report it first. We should sit and talk. If we are not able to solve, we need to take help of our superiors or counselors, and we need to address these issues. First, report the issue and report it in a proper way. See, what happens mostly, we report in a negative, or we overreact or react instead of responding. We can explain, see, this is not acceptable for me. So we can have some other way to communicate, to interact, to work together. So by making the person to understand whether it may be male or female, that solves many problems. Even we see, especially in hostels, girls' hostels, boys' hostels also, same things happen. So why such things are happening, even in communities also, in groups also. So we need to have strategies, and accordingly we need to implement strategies. Either it may be in schools, colleges, communities, workplace, and accordingly we need to move forward. So very good, but more understanding of the concepts is very much essential to
Okay, sir.
raise sensitivity, to bring awareness of sensitivity to ourselves and also in the community. So very good. So we wish you all the success to both of you. Congratulations.
Thank you. So thank you for giving us the opportunity.
So we'll move on to next presentation. See, very good. See, all of you are trying your best to do, but you can also improve a lot. Take little bit seriously and delve into the subject depths, and you will do wonders. You will be surprised what you have done and what you can do. Very good. All the presenters are doing very well. And complete the formalities also. It is very important. If you are looking for a certificate, it is also equally important to complete the formalities. So then we'll move to the next presenter, Unni Krishnan P. Anyone else waiting for their presentations can share their details. Now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You need to start your video.
Is the PPT visible, sir?
No, ma.
PPT is not visible.
No, ma. Have you opened your PPT in your device? First open your PPT, then click on share screen and select the window or select entire screen. Or entire desktop.
Is it okay, sir, now?
It's not visible, man. If you have some network issue, we need to connect to a stable network. If your network is slow, then it will take time.
No, no, sir, it is.
Now it's visible.
I think now it is okay, sir.
You need to start your video as
Good evening, everyone.
start your
Myself,
video. Start your
myself.
camera.
Sorry.
Start your camera. This is the first time you are presenting.
No, because the camera and the PPT are not working at a time, sir. Because I am using the mobile phone, so both camera and the PPT is simultaneously not working.
So for that, what you need to do, you need to go to settings. And in settings, you have to enable that feature. There will be a feature of, overlay. And there are certain settings. So next time onwards, okay, now you switch on your camera so that we'll take screenshot. We need to document also.
Okay.
Or you use two mobiles from one mobile whenever you are not facing such issue. What you can do is now it's okay, but next time you can use other mobile to present and one mobile to,
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Now you can
Okay,
share
sir.
your PPT.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Unni Krishnan, Assistant Professor, K.R. Srinarayana College, Valanjeri, Malappuram. And now I am presenting a topic on financial inclusion, an initiative towards women empowerment. As we know, the financial inclusion and women empowerment are pivotal components in shaping a more equitable and prosperous society. Financial inclusion actually refers to providing individuals, particularly from those from marginalized and financially excluded groups, and access to the essential financial services like banking, credit, and insurance, etc. All these types of financial services are provided to the marginalized and financially backward societies. Actually, the financial inclusion refers to the process of providing affordable and accessible financial services to all individuals and enterprises, particularly those excluded from traditional financial systems. It plays a pivotal role in empowering low-income individuals, promoting small business, and driving the economic stability. The importance of financial inclusion by enabling people to save, invest, and access the credit. Financial inclusion stimulates economic development. The access to financial resources allows individuals to manage risk and enhance their income generating potential. Another importance is it helps the woman gain the financial independence and improve household decision making. It reduces the reliance on informal lending systems and promotes regulatory oversight. These are the various financial inclusion schemes in India. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Adal Pension Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Vaya Vandana Yojana, Stand Up India Scheme, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Suganya Samruddhi Yojana, Jeevan Suraksha Bandhan Yojana, and there are some more financial inclusion measures are available. But I am just focusing on the main financial inclusion measures. The statement of the problem. Actually, this financial inclusion and women empowerment, this particular paper aims to analyze the current status of the financial inclusion among the women in Malappuram district. It explores the level of access to financial services, awareness of financial products, and participation in financial activities among women in the particular selected region. The study further examines the impact of financial inclusion on women's economic empowerment and suggests measures to enhance their financial independence. The objectives of the study: to assess the level of financial literacy and the usage of financial inclusion channels among women in Malappuram district, to examine the preferred financial services and delivery channels utilized by women in Malappuram district, along with their awareness of recent innovations in financial inclusion, to identify the impact of financial inclusion on the financial development of women and explore the challenges they face while accessing these financial services. The research methodology followed for the study. The study was conducted among women households in Malappuram district of Kerala. The data were collected from various locations within the district using convenience sampling method. And I had used a sample of 100 women and used a structured questionnaire and interview techniques for collecting the primary data. Percentage analysis, Garrett ranking techniques, and a chi-square test were used for analyzing the collected data. The review of literature is not included in this PPT since it will take a long. They finally, after collecting the data from 100 women of the Malappuram district and analyzed using various statistical techniques, I had reached these results. The study found that a significant number of women in Malappuram district have opened bank accounts primarily for receiving government payments through various schemes, while 31.5% opened an account for saving purposes and 5% for requesting loans. In terms of account usage, 40% of the respondents reported using their bank accounts on a monthly basis, 45% used them irregularly, and 15% did not use their accounts at all. In terms of the preferred financial services, the majority of women prioritized savings accounts, followed by insurance products and loans. Financial inclusion was found to have a significant impact on women's financial development, as it enabled them to better manage their finances and access government schemes. However, 50% of the respondents reported difficulties with the procedures involved in obtaining financial services from government schemes, indicating the challenges in the accessibility and the ease of accessing these services. The various problems they are facing, particularly the women are facing, the lack of financial literacy, the cultural and social norms, inadequate access to the digital infrastructure, complexity and trust issues are the major problems faced by the women in accessing the financial inclusion. And based on the findings of the study, certain suggestions are put forward. The government should launch a widespread awareness campaigns about new financial inclusion programs through popular television channels and other media outlets, ensuring that women, particularly in rural and undeserved areas, are well informed about the available financial services and benefits. Promoting mobile banking services will enable women, especially in rural areas, to access the financial services conveniently and securely. The financial institutions should introduce targeted financial programs aimed at empowering women from marginalized communities, including SC/ST categories. The government should prioritize financial literacy programs specifically designed to enhance the financial knowledge of women. Another one is microfinance institutions should actively participate in the financial inclusion process by providing women with access to advanced credit and loans to meet their financial needs. Private banks and financial institutions should be encouraged to participate in national financial inclusion programs, particularly in improving financial literacy among women. The financial literacy training should be given to women through meetings, seminars, workshops, and through self-help groups. Finally, the conclusion. The findings from this study indicate that while there has been a progress in bringing women into the financial system, there are gaps in financial literacy and there are gaps in access to advanced financial products and awareness of government schemes. This highlights that the need for targeted financial literacy programs, awareness campaigns, and accessible banking services tailored specifically for women, especially in marginalized communities. The government initiatives and financial institutions must work together to provide women with the tools that support their financial autonomy and development. The simplifying procedures, introducing gender-sensitive financial products, and leveraging these digital banking solutions, etc., will help the women for the easy access of financial inclusion and financial products. Thank you. Thank you for the organizers for giving me such a wonderful platform and a wonderful opportunity for presenting a topic in this seminar. Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, ma'am. But you could have presented in much more detail with more statistics. It would have been much more better. But anyway, congratulations. Wish you all the success.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Any comments about my presentation and my research is invited so that I can be better in the future.
Yeah, ma'am. You can see, instead of taking all, you can take one program and you can do detailed analysis with primary data and you can present. Or even if taking multiple programs, you can do comparative analysis and check the efficiency and where they are lacking. Statistically, you can do collect data and see. And see, government is doing so much of awareness. They are investing in ads and they are giving posters and they are giving videos, but who is the one who is going to bring awareness or conduct awareness, right? The local grassroots level people, right? Those who are working there in that locality, the government officers or the semi-government employees, they are the ones who need to create awareness, right? So as a social worker or as a citizen of that community, we need to ensure, we need to be vigilant, we need to be inquiring, and we need to be in constant contact with those officials, whether there are any new policies or programs that are being implemented. Now, if that is not created, that means that is a failure of local mechanism. Because policy has been announced and it is applicable for the entire nation. Now, why some particular areas are approaching or getting more benefits means they are conducting more awareness. And who is conducting? The local people, right? The local governments, the local officials, the local employees in that community, they are creating more awareness and they are supporting them so that they can apply. And in the process also, they are helping them, supporting them. in the documentation, in the application, and after that pre and post application process. So we need to identify where that challenge is there, whether at the community level or at the mandal level or at the district level or the state level or even at the central level.
Yes,
So
yes,
where
sir.
so for to get the data, we need to compare different areas.
But the actually the women are still backward in accessing these types of financial services because sometimes there may be religious beliefs are there, everything uh, are not they are not at all up to the level of accessing the financial services.
See, for that, what we have to do is we have to educate families, right, including
Yes,
the male people in the family, so that if they know the benefit, then they will encourage women in their households that this scheme is there, so that will be useful for not only you, for the women empowerment, but also to the family empowerment, right? Even the
yes, yes,
males
yes.
also get the benefit. So we need to conduct more awareness so that families support them to utilize the
Yes,
services,
yes,
to come forward. So that will happen only when we educate the families also, not just women.
yes,
When
yes,
we are
yes.
pursuing, when we are seeing, observing that women are helpless, then we need to see why they are becoming helpless, why they are helpless. So to make them come out of that helplessness state, what is required? We need to create awareness. We need to create an environment. We need to support them. Then they will be able to come out of that helplessness and ask for help, ask for assistance, and ask for
But
support.
this study reveals that most of the women's opened bank account as per the directions are still not operating that bank accounts. They are going to become dormant actually.
That means they see most of the time, what happens is these accounts are opened for a specific purpose.
Yes, yes.
And after that purpose is fulfilled, then there
The,
is no.
the account is going to become inactive, and
Ah.
they are not using their particular account that they after their particular purpose is over.
So what we need to do is, at a bank level, we need to, I think this has to do with the bank institution along with the customer. They need
Yes,
to
yes.
ask, what is the purpose of opening the account? Then
Yes.
they also need to remind, if it is for just receiving one-time payment, then
Yes, yes.
after receiving the payment, they can close the account. Bank can also suggest appropriately so that bank can also reduce their expenses.
Yes, sir,
Unwanted
yes.
work also. It is a burden to maintain
Yes, yes.
dormant account
Yes,
over a period of time.
yes,
So they
yes.
should have some mechanism. I think even
Yes,
in
yes.
the application form itself, they should ask
Yes.
why they are opening the account, what is the purpose of account, and how
Yes, yes.
long they are willing to maintain that account.
Yes, yes,
So with
yes.
that, bank people also know if they are going to get some project or program, maybe it is for 1 year. So they know till 1 year it will be there, another 3 to 6 months. After that, unless and until some requirement is there, they are not going to continue.
Yes,
Now, the
yes.
bank people has to create awareness. They have to send a message or they have to call them and confirm with them whether you are really interested to maintain. Otherwise, you can come and close the account.
Yes, yes.
That awareness bank is not doing.
The bank officials are actually reluctant to open the bank account.
Because see, that's what I'm saying now. They are not properly doing the work. They
Yes,
also need to incorporate this, why they need an account. And accordingly, they
Yes.
have to guide them, suggest them.
Yes.
And that's why we have nowadays have relationship managers in banks. So certain accounts are allotted to one relationship manager. So it is his or her responsibility to see that the accounts are properly functioning and maintained.
Yes.
It is their responsibility. And we also, for that matter, if we keep bank accounts open, then there will be unnecessary deductions. So it is lost
Yes.
our money.
That may be one of the another reason for not maintaining that particular account, because in a family, if there are three or four members, all the 3 or 4 members have bank accounts, and the bank is deducting service charge for all the 4 family members, means it creates a huge burden among the family. The family is responsible to pay a huge amount of service charge to banks. That is one of the another problem.
So what we can do is, instead of opening individual accounts, why not open a joint account for all the family members? One single account.
At that time, for receiving the government payment, it is essential to open a bank account in the name of a particular individual.
So I think here we need to do two things. One thing is, we need to bring this to government's, notice that because of this, it is unnecessary burden. See,
Yes,
one thing is, government is trying to reduce, reduce corruption and also misuse of funds. Because what happens if family, again, when we are talking about, women are not aware and empowered. So what they will do? One person in the family will dominate, and he will enjoy all the benefits, he or she. And other people may not know actually they are getting those benefits.
That's
So
correct.
these are the things that have happened. That's why bank has, government is also asking a single account, so that whatever happens, that person need to know. If some deposit comes without his or her, notice, no transaction will happen. So that is the reason bank is also asking individual. But again, so that is why these are all implementation problems. See, once a program starts implementing, we should never abuse the system. What we do is, generally people, they abuse the system. And then people also are observing, right? Government officials are also observing. Social workers are also observing what is happening actually in reality. And
from
accordingly, they will
from
take
the
change.
execution level, it is not working properly.
So anyway, good observations. But we need to come up with solutions also.
Yes.
So anyway, it's a good presentation. You can add also some statistics to it next time in future. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we will move on to any other presentations. I think this is the last request we have got. Anyone else is there would like to present? Okay, if there are none, then we'll move on. So with this, we come to an end of this today's sessions. So we congratulate all the participants for being, and also the presenters for being part of this 9th day of Social Work Conference and International World Social Work Day celebrations. So we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form before leaving the platform. So see you all tomorrow at the same time with the same joining link. And also, we request everyone, all the presenters, to go through the presentation guidelines and instructions and complete your formalities. Without completing formalities, certificates will not be provided or generated by the system. So it is your responsibility to complete all the formalities and go through the instructions, follow them, so that you can get your certificate. So see you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.